Hey, hey. I could be taking an extra 3 minutes to finish off my one thing of Pez, but I want to show you Ruben. Let me see if I can find him. Oh, that's not where the camera focus is supposed to be. That's better. Gotta get him. Wah! Look, we're curing him of his goopy eyeball disease. He's still got it, but we're curing him of it. See how it's better? Less goopy? What are you doing? What are you doing? Cure him of his balls next. That's up next. Woo! Whoa. Be free. Wah! Good boy. Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, guys, the king has cancer. But enough about my Hunter x Hunter rewatch. In other news, the king has cancer. Hope the people who got that appreciate it. Um, uh, King Charles. Wait, what kind of cancer? Prostate cancer, classic. You know, jorking it helps with this. Reduces the likelihood that you get prostate cancer. He's got to joik it more. He's got to whack it. Yeah, gooner privilege. Prostate cancer, he'll be okay. Oh, he'll be okay. He's got the best healthcare in the world. Thanks, Antigonos. Make the noise.
King Charles III has been diagnosed with cancer. Buckingham Palace just confirming the news in a statement, but not saying which type of cancer.
Gap.
The palace says his medical team identified, quote, a separate issue of concern while he was being treated for a benign prostate.
It's not prostate cancer? Didn't it just say right here? Oh, I'm sorry. It's not prostate cancer. During the king's recent hospital procedure for benign prostate enlargement. Okay, so he was getting his prostate milked, and they found this as a separate issue. Okay. My apologies. So they rushed to confirm that King Charles does in fact joik it enough to not have prostate cancer. I hope it's, what's the worst cancer? Brain cancer. I hope it's that. The king underwent a corrective procedure for an enlarged prostate. This literally sounds like a hackneyed Yowie plot. Oh, doctor, my prostate's too big. Someone needs to crush it back into the appropriate. Someone needs to squeeze it back down into you know, the appropriate size. Literally, yeah. Like, hey, my balls are too big. I've seen that one before. You know, please help. Please help. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, hope he dies. Don't care. Fuck him. You know, there was a kind of like historical dignity to the queen. I didn't like her. I don't like the monarchy at all. But at the very least, like, the queen being 5 million years old, I mean, she was around during World War II. If anything, she was like a living relic. But none of that applies to the king, you know? None of it does. No, there's a huge difference between the monarchy in the UK being this, like, ancient traditional symbol of a human older than time itself just sitting on a throne. But this guy, he's just a fucking old guy. He's just a guy, you know? Yeah, with the queen being as old as she was, you could delude yourself into believing that the monarchy was a holdover, you know? Like a retirement position, something that's kept around only because somebody's been in that position for so long, and once that person dies or retires, the position will also die or retire with them, you know? That was the impression that the queen gave. But this is just a guy. He's just a guy. He's just a guy. He's a birthday boy. He's had too many birthdays. Also with Diana, he's even more hateable. Oh, he's a very hateable man, to be sure. You know, you know how I talk a lot about oh my god. You can't see Ruben looks like an absolute freak. What are you doing? He's on the back of a couch, like the back of it, you know, and he's gripping the entire thing with his body, like he's clinging onto it as though gravity was reversed and he was trying not to fall upwards. Silly little boy. Um Everybody World, Drock. Thank you. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. You know how I've talked before about England being a dying or perhaps even dead country? This is a very unscientific measurement, so you'll have to forgive me for waffling a bit. But I feel like the potential hope for the future of a country is, it's a lot of it comes down to how much that country has a can-do spirit. And I mean this. I really mean this, you know? Because like a huge part of a country's ability to grow and improve is both the public and the politicians' interest in changing and moving forward. This is one of the reasons why China, for all of its faults, for all of the corruption and the fascism and the what have you, you know, China has had an extremely can-do spirit for a while. And a large part of that is because, you know, there's still a living generation that dealt with the famine back in the 1970s. So there is like a bottom floor. People really, really want improvement because they weren't born into a world of comfort, right? So the desire to like build new highways, build new cities, build new trains, build new hospitals, like that has been present there, you know? And in the United States, we don't really have any can-do spirit at all. Like right now, the political divide in terms of progress is like you have the Democrats, chaired by Biden, who want to open up new fracking permits, and then you have the Republicans who deny the existence of climate change. Nobody wants a bold new future. There's no bold new future in America. There's some energy for a future, I guess, with like Bernie-crat types, but for the most part, I think this country has been relatively comfortable in its britches since the 1990s, and you know why that is? It's because we won the Cold War. We got complacent. Back when we had a big global enemy, back when the Soviets existed to keep us on our toes, you know, we were, there was some kind of, there was a push forward. There was something moving us forward. Maybe not always in the right direction, but at the very least, there was energy. We had energy. But, you know, Cold War ends, Fukuyama, end of history. Nobody wants to do or change anything. This is the apex of society. Nothing grows or improves from here. But here's the thing, okay? The British had that change, that shift in mindset, like earlier, you know? It happened to the British earlier. Think about it. They were at the height of their colonial empire, you know? They functionally, at least as close as you can, in the context of what they were and how much land they had, ruled the world. And it's been a slow decline since World War II, but there's never really been a bright, like, vision of what the country was going to be, besides that. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Labor Party's put an effort forward, but I feel like for the most part, this is like capital L liberalism, right? Not liberal in the sense of, like, freedom and democracy, but liberal in the sense of, like, institutional complacency. And what is more British than institutional complacency, right? Isn't that a whole thing with them? Stiff upper lip, right? Like an obsession with institutions, rules, civility, decorum. I feel like the British don't have any can-do spirit. I don't think like it's a dead country. It's dead in spirit, you know. And fittingly, it has a king, right? Because what would better indicate a country being dead in spirit? I don't know. To quote Pink Floyd, that's the English way. Yeah. Is America going to become like that in the future? Well, if we do fall to fascism, the crumbling social order will, if nothing else, incentivize people to start giving a shit. Vosh, you doing the unironic weak men create hard times? Nope, not even remotely. Just because two things sound a little bit similar to you doesn't mean that they're the same thing. What I'm talking about is how liberal institutionalism, the belief in the end of history, and an unwillingness to advance a national interest beyond a point of like nostalgia can be really, really destructive. If you even in a country as regressive as China, like their internal messaging has been extremely visionary. Seriously, you can go take a look at the propaganda they put out internally, but the Chinese government and the Chinese people have both demonstrated a great appetite for this bold vision of moving forward. How often do you see stuff like that in America? Seriously, like think about it, right? We tried to do high-speed rail in California and then it stalled for a decade because one billionaire proposed a non-existent alternative, the Hyperloop, that never ended up happening, obviously. Like we haven't even, you know, like the high-speed rail in California hasn't even really started. It's already cost billions. Like this country doesn't have much of an appetite for big projects. Everything is very procedural. Everything is very minimal. Everything is very reformist, if at all, right? Like if there is any change, it's very, very, very incremental. Even more so in England, I think, to a large extent. Whatever energy we have for great social upheaval, they have even less for it. What do you mean the past few years have been really solid with growing labor and civic infrastructure against the right? Yes, there's been some positive trend here in America, but remember, I'm mostly talking about England. Has there been in England? Has England had a past few years of growing labor and civic infrastructure? I ask you, knowing the answer. Over here in America, that's why I said it's not as bad over here in America as it is over there in the UK. It's a lot worse over there. That there is like a spark in America, right? There is something here. There's still a bit of a fire, you know. There's embers burning in the coals. As for the UK, I don't even know. I can take anti-British sentiment from you. Get the goddamn Earl Grey tea out of your ears, you stupid piece of shit. This isn't anti-English sentiment. This isn't water bottle. Like this. That's not what I'm doing. Okay, I'm legitimately talking. Like this is. I'm trying to make a point. Okay, listen, Jesus. Like I'm being sincere. Really, to the people in my community who are watching right now, who are British. I'm sorry. Can you reaffirm what I'm saying? How much bold visionary ideology is there in your country? How much of an appetite is there in your constituency for big changes, big movement forward? Because every impression that I get from the media and from the news coming from Britain is that they are incredibly lodged in nostalgia and institutional complacency. That there is very little, like they are so lodged in institutional complacency that they had a visionary leader, potentially Corbyn, and the party fucking seppuku'd itself to keep him from achieving power, right? Like they did a Bernie Sanders times 1,000, you know? At least with Bernie Sanders, they just kind of screwed him over a little bit with media coverage and with like, you know, the internal DNC running against the, against Hillary Clinton. But with Corbyn, they literally just like sabotaged the party itself. It's insane. Brexit is another good example, by the way. You know, England could have led the EU. I know that sounds silly because Germany has been so obviously the leader, but that's largely because arrogant British fuckheads they haven't considered themselves European. Guys, I don't know if you know this. British people don't think of themselves as European. You know, it's like that Slavoj Žižek bit, except real. It's a real bit where they don't think of themselves as part of Europe. They think of themselves as the British Empire, but modern, you know? That, like, seriously, if you take a look at the way the British government operates, from the way it looks, to the way it talks, to the way their media refers to Britain and British people broadly, they just act like the shadow of the empire they were. They don't talk about themselves like a part of the broader European community. It's like they're so rooted in nostalgia. Their nostalgia goes back like almost a century now. They remember themselves. I'm telling you guys, America remembers itself. To an extent, at least, because Donald Trump has upended this a lot. America's image of itself is rooted in the mid-90s, at the end of the Cold War. Fukuyama, end of history, suburban blight, malls, blah, blah, blah. That's shifting right now. but that's like the root. That's the nostalgia that's being corrected. I'm pretty sure that England, specifically, because I'm not trying to root Scotland into here, but whatever, England, Wales, they think of themselves all the way back to the 40s. I'm pretty sure that if you take a look at where the nostalgia is rooted, it goes all the way back to Churchill. That's where they go back to, because that was the last time that they were relevant. That was the last time that Britain had a real seat in the world stage. And that's so long ago. What's your opinion on Welsh independence? I don't have much of one. I don't know much about Wales, I'm afraid. So you're saying it's all Thatcher's fault? Yes, it's all Thatcher's fault. Scotland has more energy than their UK contemporaries, which is why I'm supportive of Scottish independence. Scottish independence isn't just a bunch of like, I don't know, nationalist dullards looking to have their own slice of the pie. It seems like the Scottish people actually do have a vision for a better world, and they're being held back by the rest of the UK. True, Brycey Fergo, that is true. But I think the British people are lacking enough in like sort of self-awareness and class consciousness to actually act on that the way they vote, you know? Um, Maybe people are desperate for change, but quiet desperation is the British character, right? Quiet desperation, but staying quiet about it is like archetypically British. So it's, it's really a matter of what gets done. Vosh, the UK was still a massive power throughout the Cold War. What are you on about? I know that you take joy in being like needlessly contrarian, but if you don't understand the statement, the UK was at the height of its national power and relevance at the end of the World War II, and since then it's been downhill, then you just don't know anything about British history. It really wasn't. The United States ran NATO. Like, people say today that the US runs NATO, because we do, but back then we ran it like 100 times over. We like every shot was ours to call. Um, when the UK lost India, that was it. The UK has never had an identity outside of being a colonial power. America had a robust identity all throughout the Cold War and onward, and we also enjoy being the superpower, right? But the UK has never had like a visionary. Okay, think of it this way, all right? Let's talk about national identity. We talk a lot about America. What about Germany? We make Nazi jokes about Germany, sure, and don't get me wrong, still packed full of Nazis. But the identity that Germany has had has shifted significantly since World War II, hasn't it? Right? The way Germany has presented itself, thought of itself, passed laws. Now it's like this, business-like leader of the EU, industrious, but still kind of liberal and progressive. Like the attitude of the nation has shifted significantly since World War II. Obviously, it had to. We made it. We'll do it again. That's a good thing. But it goes to show like how much things can change, right? Japan as well. Japan came to prominence in the way we think of it today back in the 1980s, back with its tech boom and Sony and, exporting Japanese culture and anime and what have you. I ask you again, what has the UK done in the past 80 years? King Charles has cancer. Holy shit. Okay. What has the UK done in the past 80 years to meaningfully redefine its identity? Not just like, oh, some things happened in it. Of course, things happened in it. There's plenty of people in the UK. They've produced art. The Beatles happened. Like, I know that. But the nation itself, I would agree that Brexit. Yeah, I would agree with, yeah, I would say Brexit. I would say Brexit was the big, like, zeitgeist of the UK following World War II, and it was a negative one. It was one rooted primarily in xenophobia and nostalgia. Before colonialism, the English elites thought of themselves as exiled French. Ah, the rare English Tsarist Russia synthesis. I see. It's actually so over. Oh, dude, it's so over. When Poland overtakes the UK, by 2030, its economy will be bigger than Britain's. Why are we being left behind? It's so over. Oh, man. That's brutal. This is like, I would, man. Woo! Difficult to even imagine, honestly. The UK has an aging population problem. The UK has several issues. As a fellow Pole, you should know how industrious we Poles are. Do you know why Poland wants to grow? It's because of Soviet occupation. National trauma incentivizes countries to grow. You know, when generations of people remember the horrors of war or famine or whatever else, genocide, it has a tendency to light a fire under their ass. This has happened pretty reliably in most countries that had a redevelopment period after the war. As long as they're given the space and the time to regrow and aren't just kept in a state of like permanent occupation or warfare, they usually have the opportunity to bounce back really hard. And that's because people are on their fucking grind after stuff like that happens, you know? And you know what? Britain was in the war. Britain got the shit bombed out of it. London, which is the only city in all of England, it got leveled. Large portions of it did. But it didn't seem to. I mean, there was a big like reconstruction boom, but it was in the wrong direction because they started taking lessons from our interstate highway program and our suburbanization, and they started doing like interurban highways all throughout England. They went the wrong direction. They started doing like car infrastructure, which is one of the reasons why, with the exceptions of some areas, England is way more America feeling in terms of its civic infrastructure than a lot of other European nations. Keep in mind, there are cities in the UK that are well over 1,000 years old. I mean, we're talking as much history as you would get from the Parisian, sort of outskirts, the country. So what, like any Italy, go any country in Europe, you know. But a lot of it like got bombed, of course, by the Luftwaffe, and rather than rebuild in a way that sort of reflected British character and cultural values, they did the car infrastructure. It's still nowhere bad as the U.S. though. No, no. In terms of car infrastructure, it's nowhere near as bad as the U.S. Of course, of course. So what Vosh is saying is we need to bomb England. I think that's the point that I'm getting at. I guess what I'm saying is that King Charles has cancer because the UK has cancer, is what I'm saying. People often mistake what I am saying as like petty jabs at England. And to be fair, I do make those, but like I'm not petty enough to fold them into like a 30-minute ramble on the subject. I do mean what I'm saying. I think that visionary spirit and a desire to change, a willingness to change is, you know, being a powerful nation is a lot like a Steven Universe song, okay? It's about self-acceptance and a willingness to change for the better. Really though, like it sounds kind of paltry, but the people need to have an appetite for good things. And I don't know. People need to have hope in a better future. That's what they need. People need to believe that the system that we live in now is not the best of all possible systems. Complacency is the enemy of progress. And unfortunately, in a world that is constantly growing and changing and shifting and evolving, no progress might as well be regress. And that's exactly what the UK has experienced in terms of its life expectancy, in terms of its quality of living. Once again, we've taken a look at like adjusted income per capita and found that if you take out London, all of England has the same average wealth as the state of Mississippi. Again, that's not a joke. If you take out London, that one city, the capital, and look at the rest of the entire nation, their average wealth and development is comparable to that of Mississippi, the worst state in the Union. Link for the Mississippi thing. It's extraordinary. Here. The blue line is the national average. The red line is the national average if the richest region was removed. Kind of an ambiguous marker there, but you can see right here, over in the United States, you have GDP per capita. There's Seattle. Hey, San Francisco, Boston, New York City, blah, blah. If you took out the wealthiest region from the United States, as you can see, the line goes down a little bit on the average, but not too bad. Mississippi is all the way down here, by the way, at the very bottom of the chart. See, literally right here at the dashed red line, which is the exact point over here that the UK would be at with the absence of London. You're underestimating how much the Conservatives have stripped English people's hope. No, I'm not. That's a part of it. The government doesn't care about the North, or apparently anything other than London. The US has multiple wealthy regions. Yes, it does. But again, we're looking at the comparison between the UK without London versus Mississippi. Ridiculous. Labor calling itself the party of business. Oh, thanks, Keir Starmer. Looking great. By the way, this isn't all because of the Tories. Labor voters allowed this to happen. Like, let's not pretend here, okay? The only a minority of labor voters are like Corbynites. A significant portion of labor voters were fully susceptible to and complacent with this shift in the party. Graph of food bank use in the UK, it's insane. Jesus. Yeah, this was the Tories specifically. I've talked about like broader decline for the UK, but this specifically is the is a Tory special right here. Labour also dropped the House of Lords reform goals. Nice. Yeah, no hope. This is what I mean, you know? Like, Biden, monstrous as he's being right now, at least he's like kind of pro-union, and there are people in the Democrats who are loud about progressivism. Like the current left-wing flank in the UK, the Labour Party, is talking about how women can't have penises or whatever, and walking back on every single thing they pledge to care about. The Labour Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, is no longer going to reinstate a cap on banker bonuses the Tories abolished. Nice. Cool. I guess this is what you have to do when you know that your country is almost exclusively propped up by London being a trade powerhouse, and that's it. Vosh, the Labour voter base doesn't choose who's in charge of the party. We don't have primaries. I'm not I know how the system works. Do you think there's no relationship between the attitude of Labour voters and what happens in the Labour Party? You choose your local constituents. Those elections matter. Can we please look at something more interesting, please, please? Yeah, sure. Here, you can look at paint dry. Be free. So what you're saying is we should inflict trauma on developing countries? Well, developing countries have the trauma of not being developed, you know? Developing countries do have that fire under their ass. It's mostly a matter of the resources they need. I think the best thing that could happen right now to the UK, and I'm not joking, even to England itself, would be for Scotland to leave. I think that the UK needs or sorry, I should say England specifically, because they're the source of this rot. I think that I think that England needs a wake-up call. I think it needs a kick in the ass. The Brexit was on England's own terms. Brexit was like, oh, we're better than those Europeans. We don't want brown people here. We don't want Pakistani people here. Um, I think somebody needs to leave them, right? Irish reunification would be a big dub, though I doubt that's going to happen, even despite the Star Trek meme. But Scotland leaving would be the big one, especially since they recently did that unprecedented, like, overruling on the Scottish Parliament law concerning trans women in prisons or whatever. Or no, the trans ID, that was it, trans ID. Why hasn't Scotland left? It's just tough to. You know, it's a big deal. Secession is a very, very big deal. Scotland isn't self-sufficient. The English tax base subsidizes Scotland's government. They'll survive. And yeah, they have London. London is the source of all wealth in the UK, so it makes sense. Okay, Comrade Robin Hood, this is the 4th time I've noticed that your name is attached to a contrarian message. Are you perchance British? Your name is Robin Hood in it. Busted. Yeah. I vaguely remember English Parliament blocking a Scottish independence referendum after Brexit. The interest will only grow as things get worse. We'll see. Yeah, I don't think Irish reunification is likely to happen anytime soon. I think the Scottish independence movement has some real weight to it, but it's not like a tomorrow thing, you know. Given enough time, we'll see. Edinburgh is the 2nd wealthiest region in the UK. Yeah, hold on. UK GDP per capita by region. Why'd that type out so slowly? I hate Chrome. Yeah, judging by this, it actually seems like Scotland would be better off. If you take a look at, you know, I mean, obviously you have London over here with its ultra, ultra, ultra wealthy districts, but in terms of like averages, I don't know. There are a lot of very poor regions in England. This is complicated. I don't know enough on the subject to really GDP per capita in 2016. God damn. This is Edinburgh, right? I assume it is. What else could it be? You London, some London districts in Edinburgh are the No, it's not? Oh, people were talking about it like it was super wealthy, and this is clearly a wealthy region. Is Edinburgh this little dot right here? Edinburgh, sorry, it's not the Thames, like a sensible person, my apologies, it's the Thames, my apologies. Oh, and it's not Shire, it's Sheer, or perhaps Sure, depending on where you are, north or south. Oh, my apologies, I'm sorry, you know, fucking Celtic Nordic influence 1 billion years ago and how you pronounce everything. Greenwich, Edinburgh. It's Stir, not Sheer. It's not Sheer, it's Shire. Yeah. Worcestershire. The Thames. The Thames. The Thames. The Thames. The Thames. So anyway, the king has cancer, and so does the country. Just a moment. I promised my beloved editors that I would hand them off that recording because they need to start editing. Dude. There we go. Oh, I don't think you guys can see her, but do you see that little bed right down there? There we go. That one? It's a dog bed that we used to have right there in front of Lizard's tank before Artemis stopped using it. None of the cats have used it since I moved it over there like a year ago. And as of yesterday, Pigeon has started sleeping in there. She's all curled up. Super cute. The lap cat has been banished. I love Pigeon, but I can't just have her on my lap all the time. What's up with Pigeon lately? She's been so clingy. A little while ago, so Pigeon usually sleeps next to me in bed in a little, like, blanket. A little blanket, and she'll sit on a flat portion of the blanket and meow until I put the cover over her, like I fold the blanket over her, and then she'll sleep next to me. But recently, Ruben has started climbing onto bed while I'm asleep and crawling under the cover and sleeping next to my feet. Not my torso, my feet. I don't know why. And he did that for a few days, and then Pigeon started doing it too. She learned it from him. So rather than sleeping on the blanket, which she immediately leaps away from, she climbs underneath the comforter and sleeps next to my feet, which is really uncomfortable because he is very soft and furry, and if I shift him a little bit with my feet, he moves because he's frictionless against the blanket. But Pigeon is a big doughy ball of flesh. If you could imagine like a big like blob of dough by your feet and pressing your foot against it, like it doesn't really just slide. It just kind of like, you know, like it. So she's like this big blob of flesh that has sharp little claws, you know. And it's not like they give a shit about clawing us, because again, don't never be too offended if cats like claw you playfully. You are a giant. Do you really think that they can hurt you? You know, like, think about it. So if she like scratches at me or whatever because my foot tapped her, you know, she's not a good she's not a good foot thing, foot rest or whatever. So that's what she's been up to. What are you doing, Ruben? Also, Ruben wants to eat lizard. You're going to cover Sudan tonight? Well, that was on the list. My cats love having their bellies rubbed, Alec Gunter, but they're all very friendly. Oh, hold on. Artemis over there. 1 second. Artemis. Okay. Man, this is so cool. I love it when the Israeli government does stuff that seems to be done for no reason other than to excite Western Nazis. We will dance again, heart. And the top comments are from Nazis. God damn it. For those of you who don't know, there's a common conspiracy theory among anti-Semites that the Jews did 9/11, and their reason for that is that there were a group of dancing Israelis that were found, like, somewhere in New York after 9/11. That's it. Like, they were Israeli guys, and they were dancing. Like, just, that's it. That's the evidence. City of, like, 10 million people. Why would Israel break that reaction? I don't think they are. I just think they're stupid. Show tweet again. I just think the stupid shit. Hey! Quit bothering Pigeon. Sorry, Pigeon. He's stupid. Sorry, I turn around and Ruben is just fully flopped on top of Pigeon. Criminal mischief. They're already calling evacuation warnings in San Diego. Is something happening down there? Oh, Jesus. San Diego County under state of emergency as Mayor Gloria declares evacuation warning. Huh, I've got friends in San Diego. Hope they're okay. This includes neighborhoods such as South Crest, Mountain View, Encanto, Rolando, and other areas of the southeast San Diego that were impacted by the January 22nd storm. January 22nd storm. I'm not up on my San Diego flash flood lore. Still, a temporary evacuation is a pretty wild, huh. Okay, Ruben. He keeps misbehaving. I'm gonna lock him out. Potentially recommending, All right, that's it. You're getting locked out. You're being too aggro, you stupid piece of shit. God damn it, he got away from me. Ruben! Ruben! God damn it. He's too smart for me. Can't get into all the nooks and crannies in the furniture. Feel bad for Pigeon. Here's the corrected link. This is for yesterday/today. Hmm. 2.5 inches of rain starting tomorrow. Oh man, that's so little rain in the right place and so much rain in the wrong place. In the future, California might be a threat for mega floods due to an arc storm. One of the biggest threats. So the main problem with flooding in cities usually has more to do with drainage than anything else. Like asphalt and concrete don't absorb water except for some specific types. Usually, roads are built with a curve. They're convex outward so that water will flow to the sides where it pours along a slight grade on the road and eventually disappears into the stormwater drainage system. The issue is that that drainage system has limits, and it's not perfect. You're talking about like thousands of square miles of territory that are all interlinked in this one big or multiple connected networks. And as a consequence of that, like, the flooding that you get, it's usually because there's just a fucking limit to some area's capacity for dealing with that much stormwater. One of the best things that you can do for stormwater management is to have like reserves of natural space with like, dirt and sand. Because if you think about it, if you have a big park area, right, where you have the grass and then the dirt, that area has like a really high capacity for holding water because it just goes down into the earth like forever, Not really, but like it can go all the way down into bedrock in a lot of cases, which means that even a modestly sized park can potentially have enough like emergency stormwater sort of like reservoir ability as multiple square miles of stormwater collection. Would there be a way to collect stormwater and process it to make it potable? Yeah, we do that already. In your city where you live right now, there's almost certainly an above ground reservoir. All right, that's it. No, he keeps escaping. He knows. He goes right behind the couch. I can't go back there. I'm getting him. I'm getting him. Ooh, you can't hide from me. I'm a human. I've got a big brain. You can't hide from me. There's nothing I can't do. Why are you being mean? He's not really being mean. He's just being too mischievous. Why are you being mischievous? Why do you have balls? Who gave you balls? Not me. God will pay for his crimes. Woo! I know they're going to be scratching at the door in 30 seconds. Not even 30 seconds. Wow. When is he getting the snip? Soon, when Vermin's back. That's why Cop City is so shitty, along with normal Cop City shit. That was really hard to say, but I nailed it. I misspeak so often, too. I'm proud of myself. The cops basically annexed a bunch of land that was going to be used for flood drainage. Yeah, it's, it's not good. Stormwater networks are designed for 50-year records, and global warming has been fucking up all those old predictions. Yeah, have you seen this? Look at this daily sea surface temperature. All of these lines here are the years before, and then here the orange line is 2023, and this black line is beginning of 2024. That's pretty cool, right? Yeah, I think we hit the tipping point. Hey, Antarius. This was caused by regulation that blocked cargo ships from polluting. Yeah, we talked about that. I think that's part of it. I think there is also a bit of a bias here, because isn't there like El Nino shit happening? Like it would be a little bit warmer anyway due to a recurring pattern, but still, this is significant. The people responsible knew this would happen since the 80s, the 60s. The definitive proof we have of oil companies knowing about climate change and the effects that it would have go back to the 60s, I believe. Climate change had been talked about for, I think it's about 120 years now. The concept has been discussed, but the like concrete evidence, the absolute concrete evidence we have that the companies knew what would happen, that goes back to the 60s. Vosh, in my country, we used to have a traditional ice skating marathon that we do yearly, but since the start of the 21st century, we've only been able to do it 3 times due to climate change. It's theorized we'll never do it again. Yikes, that's really sad. Did you cover the Panama Canal running out of water due to this El Nino? What? Wait, is there a drought at the fucking Panama Canal? Oh, God.
An extreme drought in Panama is forcing authorities to substantially scale back shipping through the Panama Canal, one of the world's key shipping channels. And it comes at a time when traffic has also been disrupted through the Suez Canal, where commercial shipping has been limited by the widening Middle East conflict. Stephanie Tsai looks into the problems for the critical Panama Canal.
The canal is one of the most important waterways in the Western Hemisphere.
Really?
And typically carries 5% of the world's maritime trade and 40% of U.S. container traffic. But with water levels below normal, authorities are only allowing 24 ships to cross a day, down from 38. That means more delays and higher shipping costs. The Panama Canal Authority's Deputy Administrator, Ilia Espino de Morata, joins me now from Panama. Ms. Morota, thank you so much for joining the NewsHour. So describe the severity of the situation at the Panama Canal right now. You're operating.
The Panama Canal drains inland water into the ocean in order to operate the locks. Is there no way for them to use a pump system to pull water from the ocean? I know it would take a fuck ton of power, but like, it's the Panama Canal. It has to not, it needs to run. No, lol. There has to be a way to do that, right? Too much energy? No, I know. No, don't get me wrong. I know this is like billions and billions of dollars of cost. I'm not saying. I'm saying that whatever cost it might be, compared to the cost of not being able to run the Panama Canal, I promise you, the cost is lower to pump it from the ocean. We can't watch a real-life lore video, Benjamin.
At a reduced capacity, 24 ships...
You'd be pumping salt water into a freshwater lake? No, I mean disconnect the system entirely from the freshwater and just use ocean water to... Wait, hold on, 1 second. Doesn't the Panama Canal connect to seawater things? No, you're right. It connects to a freshwater lake. Fuck, you're completely right. Okay, boys, it's time to salinate the lake. It's time. Okay, the Soviets did it, we can do it too. It's time to get rid of the fucking lake. Yeah, here we go. The banana cut. I see. So yeah, the issue is that yeah, you can see it right down here at the bottom. Basically, the lake is raised up from the sea level, so they need to pump fresh water to raise these sea locks. So a boat goes into a little like closed off area, the door closes behind it, they pump fresh water into it, it goes up, and then they move into the next, it goes up, blah blah blah. It's just a connection of sea locks. And then back down the other side. I mean, I guess we could salinate the lake. It would probably only be, what, moderately ecologically disastrous? But at least then we could use seawater.
Today, do you expect...
This seems needlessly complicated. No, trust me. It's an engineering marvel. Maybe there's a better way to do it with modern technology. Like if we could have done it today, we would have just, like, I don't know, bored a hole through without connecting to a lake so we wouldn't have to deal with a different sea level, but I think what we have is pretty optimal. The lake also provides fresh water to millions of people. Ah, yes, but millions of white people? That's what I thought. Moving on.
That volume to go even lower in coming days and months.
Hi, good afternoon. Happy to be here. No, actually, we are forecasting that we'll stay at 24 until the end of April, beginning of May, when hopefully rainy season starts again. So
hopefully rainy season starts. Oh yeah, hopefully. Oh God.
We have to reduce the amount of traffic because we are just entering the dry season in Panama. So we'll have no rain whatsoever. We had a very dry season in 23 because El Nino effect. Now you saw that all over the world, not only Panama. So we were forced to reduce the number of transits and maintain a 44-foot draft for our clients not to be impacted too much. So we have less slots where we're trying to give a draft that is still very competitive for the industry. And hopefully we'll stay at 24 until rainy season comes back in late April, early May.
What if the rains don't come back? You mentioned the periodic weather pattern El Nino, but I've also seen quoted meteorologists that say climate change has exacerbated a drought there.
She's going to downplay it, right? Because as someone who operates the Panama Canal, she doesn't want people to worry. Like her bias would be towards maintaining calm.
Do you really see relief coming with the next rainy season? And what if that relief...
Are there no alternatives to maritime trade? No, not really. Maritime trade is orders of magnitude more energy efficient and cost efficient than anything else. Nothing really compares. Just floating a boat across the ocean is ungodly efficient compared to like any other way of delivering anything. Even far more efficient than trains. It's just too good. Yeah, if we could do like some fucking one-piece ocean trains, but sadly no. How could you advocate airstriking the Houthis but not El Nino? Look, if we could airstrike climate change, I would deploy every carrier group we have. Don't tell me what to read, Rachel. How about just not trade? Ah, the Anprim option. Sure, like I'm sure improvements could be made, Benjamin. I just mean like maritime traffic in general is pretty fucking necessary, you know? Can we internationally trade by planes? Sure, if you're willing to like make everything cost way more and pollute way more. Yeah, I mean we could, yeah. Though in fairness, do you like there are some things that just can't be transported by plane. Like here, hold on. Shipping, freight, boat, yeah, cargo boat, whatever term, line up the terms. Maximum capacity weight. 20,000 TEU. What the fuck is that? 20-foot equivalent units. Oh, that's space. I'm looking at weight. 1/2 metric tons. Whatever point I'm getting at here, like, keep in mind that a lot of the stuff that boats transport are raw materials, coal, oil, grain. The cost of shipping stuff that heavy by plane would be, like, incomprehensible. It would lead to mass starvation. There are many countries that have a net import of agricultural product, and the cost of having all of that shipped by plane would be like it would bankrupt the United States after enough time. It's just not doable. Those ships are shockingly enormous too. Oh yeah, they're colossal. You would need hundreds and hundreds of planes to match the carrying capacity of just one of these. Look at that. Each of these is one of those standard, you know, shipping the metal, the things you see in the FPS games. One of those. All those Funko Pops. Yep. Billions and billions of Funko Pops. Read what you wish, but this would solve the problem in the long term. The Nicaragua Canal. I like canals. I think we haven't done enough, like, colonialism in Latin America. I think it would be cool to do some more. It's been a little while, you know? Currently being headed by a Chinese businessman. Nice. Could we not take some action here? The Hong Kong Canal Development Investment Group closed its office in 2018, but it retains the legal rights to the concession for the canal and side projects. We could probably buy that. The Nicaragua Canal is a dream until there's regime change. Yeah, probably. I mean, if the price is right. Could always go for more canals. Could we not? We should do. Oh man, I was literally about to say, why don't we just do one down here at the red line where it's thinnest? But that is the Panama Canal. What if we just do the Panama Canal 2? Like literally just right next to it, you know, for redundancy's sake. Also, if we run through this way, we're hitting freshwater again, which kind of complicates things. Ideally, we would have a Suez Canal situation where it's literally just like seawater and you just go right through it. You don't need a bunch of fucking sea locks. No, too mountainous. We could nuke it. Yeah, Mr. Good Socks, we could nuke it. We could do the nuke dredging, what they wanted to do back in the good old days. Both Americans and the Soviets wanted to justify their nuclear testing and development after the technology was invented. So we decided to see if we could use it for civilian purposes. Yeah, Project Plowshare. Yeah. And like, hey, can we do, you know, what could we do? Some like mining, because you sure could build a big hole. Like, look at that. Wow. Imagine digging a hole that large in literally 1/millionth of a second. That's pretty cool. A similar program was carried out in the Soviet Union under the name Nuclear Explosions for the National Economy. Rock blasting, da-da-da. Huh. The project's uncharacteristically large and atmospherically vented Sudan nuclear test also led geologists to determine the Beringer crater was formed as a result of a meteor impact and not a volcanic eruption, as had earlier been assumed. This became the first crater on Earth definitely proven to be from an impact event. Huh, interesting. By exploiting peaceful uses of the, quote, friendly atom in medical applications, earth removal, and later in nuclear power plants. This is what I mean by the can-do spirit, guys, okay? We invent a nuke, and immediately the American government, the Pentagon, starts paying for, like, propaganda cartoons, or, like, an animated, squash and stretch nuclear bomb is walking around with a cane and a top hat, calling himself the Friendly Atom, explaining how you too can benefit from this marvelous technology. Look, we'll dig a canal in 1 nanosecond, you know? If only. I'd watch that. You would watch that. Hold on. Are there any, like, Friendly Atom cartoons? Disneyland, our friend the Atom. This is probably copyright, unfortunately.
Tiny crystal.
Look, our new element.
Releasing a bit of effort and out of play. I give you a source of beneficial rays.
See, this is the Atom, okay? The Atom is actually a genie. It's a djinn. Are you ready for a truth? Wait, are they shit-talking like polluting power plants? Like coal?
Out of electric power of our ships, as well as water, our and medicine. The atomic reactor, then, gives us a chance to make the atomic genie our friend.
Okay. I know that, like, Orientalist depictions of genies are racist, but have you also considered that they're cool, too? Everyone loves a genie. Oh yeah, let's put nuclear power in civilian shipping, that'll go well. Actually, I don't think that's as dumb of an idea as it might sound. The enrichment of a fuel rod used in a nuclear reactor isn't weapons grade. So, I mean, like, if something bad happened, that would be bad, but it's not like you could get terrorists, like, stealing nuke material or whatever. Like, if they could enrich that to weapons grade, they might as well have just done that with regular uranium. It's not that hard to get uranium. Yeah. There are plenty of military vessels that are already nuclear powered, aircraft carriers and submarines. In fact, submarines only really took off because of nuclear power, you know? I mean, if you think about it, you need an engine to run a submarine. How the fuck do you run an engine in a submarine? Where does the gas go? Like, how do you operate that? You're underwater. Either you flood the interior of the submarine with diesel fumes and everyone fucking dies. You rely on batteries and everyone gets to, like, be underwater for 5 seconds. They actually had that for a while, by the way. They had a battery-powered submarine, but it would charge with a diesel engine that could only be operated when they were surfaced. So it would run out of power and have to surface, and then for like an hour sit still while a diesel engine recharges the battery and just billows black smoke into the sky to, like, alert everyone where the recharging submarine is. It's only because of nuclear engines that modern submarines even really work, because they can operate underwater basically indefinitely without any, detrimental effects. Diesel attack subs are actually the future. True. Diesel electric subs are stealthier while underwater because they just run off battery rather than a nuclear engine, yeah. I'm pretty sure that modern submarines have a battery too that they can, like, calm the nuclear engine if they need to. so that they're just running off battery power, which is silent. Diesel submarines are the most common. Only world powers operate nuclear subs. Yeah, they're expensive, but they're also the only like modern viable submarine, basically. Because the whole point of submarines in modern conflict, as I understand it, is either like A, reconnaissance, B, you get a sneaky hit and nobody knows who did it, or 3, you end the world with nuclear apocalypse, nuclear Armageddon, you know? You you emerge right off the coast of you know, fucking Russia, and you begin the end of the world. No, they aren't the only modern viable. When I say modern viable, I mean in terms of like modern military doctrine. That is what they are used for. There's a reason why we do pay out the money for the nuclear submarines. You have a speck on your shirt? Why, so I do. Don't radars catch these submarines? You mean a sonar? Other side? Oh, I guess I had them in parallel. There you go. Oh, thanks. A lot of synchronicity. If only you guys could combo like this. What was I saying? I forget what I was saying. Russia's newest subs are diesel. Yeah, I wouldn't look to the Russians for like top of the line military hardware. Diesel electric attack submarine design, but what's the like battery length? Whatever, this is irrelevant to what we're talking about. A diesel engine submarine in the Swedish Navy managed to sink a U.S. carrier in exercise. Okay, yeah, wait, I'm not saying diesel submarines have weaker torpedoes. I'm just talking about their, like, doctrine, the way they're used. I'm glad they got to have fun with our retired USS Ronald Reagan. Quote-unquote sank the carrier Enterprise by firing flares and taking a photograph through its periscope. Okay. Yeah, they should have fired off a real torpedo. Diesel subs can be much quieter as they have far less ambient machine noise. Yeah, because they would run on battery when they're underwater. TBH, surface subs aren't really that good at killing submarines. You want to kill a sub, you send another sub. I don't know how far deep sonar can really penetrate. I'm not really sure. Can you make nuke batteries? I don't know how this shit works. Well, you would charge a battery with a nuclear engine, yeah. Actually, wait, how well could you do that? You can't really turn off a nuclear reactor, can you? Yeah, wait, actually, come to think of it, you can't really turn off a nuclear reactor, which means that, Sure you can. Okay, please, interpret what I'm saying in good faith. If you are a nuclear-powered submarine underwater, realistically, what it takes to turn off a nuclear reactor is not something you're going to do. You don't have, like, the same level of access or control over the machine, and also you're a military vessel, and you can't, like, you have to do this quickly. I wonder. It's called control rods, my man. Yeah, but it's not just dipping it up and down. I don't know why I say anything to you guys. If all of you are just going to interpret what I say in the worst possible faith. You know it's complicated. I know you can turn off a nuclear reactor, obviously. I'm talking about, like, we're talking about a vehicle that would be doing, you know, combat operations. So logistically, like what constraints are there physically on a nuclear reactor in a submarine? What time would it take to like switch it on and off? You know, like what, like it's not difficult to understand what I'm talking about here. They flood the reactor with seawater. I know. Yeah, oh, for sure, Demo Boy. That's why we do it. We use helicopters to sink subs now, by the way. Well, we don't really fight any countries that have submarines, so it's kind of like a... To answer your question, it's not covert. It would just be a matter of how long it takes the rods to cool down and then heat back up, I guess, and all the other processes. Everyone saw Chernobyl and thinks all nuclear reactors are shitty RBMK reactors. Now, I'm not a nuclear expert. I just, like, I'm not pretending to be an expert in the subject. It's just I'll say something like, you know, you can't really turn it off, and then chat will assume that what I mean is it is literally impossible to turn off a nuclear reactor, which would be an insane thing to believe, versus a combat vehicle operating in a combat situation might have problems with activating and deactivating an engine that can't just literally be turned on and off the way a diesel one can. But chat instantly assumes that like it's like, oh well, the controls. I know that, you know. Everyone wants to be smarter than me. Well, congratulations, you all are. I'm a retard, you know. But that doesn't mean you can shoot the discussion down. Come on, editors, just cut all that nonsense out. Let's finish this video on the Panama.
Doesn't come.
Yeah, no, we're looking at NOAA predictions, and predictions do say that El Nino is weakening, and we're going into the April, May, June quarter. We're looking that we're going to neutral, and maybe at the end of the year, towards October, November, December, El Nino effect will come in, which means a lot of rain. So according to the meteorologist forecast of NOAA, that's the perspective. So we don't think that we will have a problem coming rainy season next year. If for any reason the rainy season delay, then we might have to adjust either draft or reduce 1 or 2 more transits per day to maintain the lake until rainy season comes in, if it comes a little bit later in that quarter.
I want to ask you about long-term planning. Gatun Lake, which I understand feeds the Panama Canal, there are also thirsty cities that draw water from that lake, and there is this ongoing drought. Are you in a place now where you are having to plan for perhaps an alternative reservoir to make sure that the canal can stay functional in years to come, not just this year?
You know, it'd be really sick. I don't think we have this. You know, it'd be really sick. Okay, you know how modern tunnels are done by a big boring machine? I think we need that, but as a boat, like basically an icebreaker, but for land, where it has like a bunch of like drilling equipment on the front, and it gets close to the ground, and it just begins and it just starts like tearing into the earth to create a canal. I think that'd be cool as hell.
Yes, definitely. We're looking
at
a very holistic project that is not only an additional reservoir, and we do have 2 reservoirs. We have Alajuela Lake.
Elon said Cybertruck can do that.
Also provides potable water for the population, and it's a regulatory lake for the Gatun Lake. So we have 2 lakes currently, and we were able to fill Alajuela Lake to the maximum. So let's say potable water is assured for the population, and that's why we reduce transit. But we are looking at 2 additional projects.
This is really grim. On the plus side, though, disruption to international trade might actually get people to start giving a shit about climate change. Like, at the end of the day, material interest, blah, 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 blah. You know, if it's really cutting into international commerce, that might actually put some impetus on this. It won't. It might. It might. Isn't it already too late? It's never too late, friend. It's never too late. Saying it's too late would be like giving up in World War II back in 1943 because there's no way to win the war without having had the civilian casualties you already have. You know, oh, it's too late. The Luftwaffe have already blitzed London. We already lost a bunch of people in buildings. It's over. Like, what, you're going to stop fighting now? You know? It's not too late until we're all dead. That's when it's too late. It's too late for Florida. It is too late for Florida. They are all dead. If you ever feel yourself despairing, I'm being like semi-serious here. If you ever feel yourself despairing at climate change, what you need to do is sit your ass down and rewatch all of Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, because you need to have a delusional, Kamina-like attitude towards the you know, the problems we need to overcome in our future. Okay, you need to with a delusional bravado that would rival your favorite shonen protagonists. You never seen it, Axial. TTGL, you'll find it. It's not unpopular. Yeah. The virgin realistic assessment of our future versus the Chad indomitable human spirit. Movies or the anime? The anime. The movies are bad. Sorry. The movies ruined the final. The first movie's fine. The second movie's bad. I'm not apologizing for that take. The pacing, the development, like the only reason they made the movies was because they wanted to add another phase to the final fight, and they wanted to show titties, you know, and that's just not worth it. The anime is a masterpiece. The remake is bad. I didn't even know there were movies. Don't watch them. They're just worse remakes of it. The first one is fine. The second one's bad. That's it. Pacing was fucked. Yeah. Speaking of anime, I've been watching Dungeon Meshi in the English dub. I don't often do that, but I immediately fell in love with the elf girl's voice. I'm blanking on her name right now because I'm dumb and have a bad memory. Marissa? No, not Marissa. Man, I wish I had a better memory. Marcel, thank you. Yeah. Her voice is it's delightful. I love it. I love listening to her in the dub. No, not Freeran, Dungeon Meshi. It's very good. I have not seen the Nier Automata anime. I want to watch Freeran. That's on my list too. Everyone is simping for the German one. I think that German girl accents are very cute, personally. I think that French girl accents are overdone. I think German girl accents are very cute. I think I would find French accents more attractive if they leaned into the beauty of it. The problem is that artfully, French people are all waifish, 6'3", like, you know, pale, cigarette-smoking mimes. And if they spoke that way, it would be fine. But then you actually listen to French people speak, and it's just... And I feel like they're not really capturing the beauty of the language, you know? I feel like if they put a bit of effort into it. Okay, this is my issue. Spanish sounds beautiful no matter who's speaking it, in my opinion. But French only sounds beautiful if it's being spoken in like a deliberately, like performatively beautiful way. Like you have to put some effort into it. It's like ballet, you know, you gotta hit that shit. In my opinion. I think German accents tend to be pretty cute. It depends. I don't know. Kind of fallen off on that a little bit. Calling the French language like ballet is the most French shit ever. Yeah, I'm really doing them good there, huh? Yeah, there you go, Isla. Whatever your name is. All right, what is this? This is good. We're returning to the days of the old aristocracy. The volume of Musk's drug use has created a culture wherein his closest business associates fear losing their wealth and social status by upsetting the billionaire if they refuse to use drugs with him, the journal reported. This is great. Actually, this isn't like going back to the aristocracy. This is like Wolf of Wall Street shit, except instead of being a can-do venture capitalist and an investor, he's just like a retard, you know? I think this is cool. Any self-destructive attitude from Musk is good. Because it hastens his downfall. I want him buried in scandal. There's no scandal when wealthy people do drugs. Chinese emperor in a permanent opium stupor in his isolated palace. Yeah, exactly. From the forbidden palace within San Francisco, you know, the the great tech emperor sits on a pillow and does ketamine with his closest advisors, who are all like 93 IQ, brown-nosing sycophants. Somebody kept linking this. A Jan 6 rioter voted for Joe Biden today in South Carolina. All right. I mean, it's the primary, not the general, but is this just going to be like some old lady saying that the Republican Party isn't the party that she remembers or something? I don't know.
Hello, everyone. This is Pam Hemphill. I just got finished voting for the primaries here in South Carolina. They gave me 2 stickers, one here and one on my hat. I'm so excited. Get out there and vote for the primaries if you're a nationalist in Project 2025. There's another video on Netflix called...
Yeah, I don't care. I can tell you what happened with this lady, okay? This lady was dumb and impressionable back in January 26th. Or, sorry, January 26th. January 6th. And since then, she's had, like, a daughter or a granddaughter talk to her and be like, hey, listen, what you did was bad, and here's why. And she, like, took it to heart, and now she's being performative about it, which is nice, I guess. You know, whatever. Not really interesting to me, and I don't have much to say about it. That granddaughter is a trans VGGer? Yeah, maybe. The upcoming eclipse in America is a good or bad omen? Eclipses are always bad omens, I'm afraid. Because the only true god is the sun, and its absence is a foul portent. It signals great evil. Oh, is there? Interesting, Dad. Gotcha. It's not absent, it's still there. That's not true. When an eclipse happens, the sun leaves. You can't see it. What are you talking about? It would be heretical to suggest the moon was truly capable of blocking out the sun. Russian ship goes boom. I can't watch anything from OSN Technical or any of the other fucking OSN Twitter accounts. The way all of them went from like condemning Russia for their brutality and their despotism, and then like a bunch of them immediately pivoted over to being pro-Israel and like jingoistically jeering at you know, poverty-stricken apartment blocks being bombed into smithereens by JDAMs, like genuinely sickening. This is what a lot of people think I am, just like an American chauvinist, like Western supremacy above all, morals don't matter, nothing matters, you know. Absolutely sickening. I saw it, 2D Siggy. I think you're confusing OSN Technical with OSN Defender. The latter's the really psycho one. I might be confusing them, yeah. Yeah, I might be confusing them. That's possible. The sun is an eldritch god. It's incomprehensible. I always thought it was really funny the way that, like, Catholics and Abrahamic religion enjoyers think it's primitive for people to worship the sun. Pardon my Reddit atheist take, but like, I feel like that's much more defensible than whatever the fuck they're on, you know? It's like, oh yeah, God is real. You can feel him when you're at your lowest point. Look back at the footsteps in the sand. A guy died for your sins 2,000 years ago. And like, no, like he can't show himself to you because it's faith. Like you have to believe. Versus like the sun is right there and also it's the source of all energy. It's like, just look up. It's right there. It's, I feel like, I don't know. Pantheism is the most logical theistic belief. Pantheism with like a heavy worship of the sun, I feel. You legit just stole this bit from George Carlin? If he did this bit, it's only because he's, at times, maybe as cool and smart as me. Also, you're too young to know anything from George Carlin. Shut the fuck up, Benjamin. Yeah, he watched my streams, alright? Yeah, and to gaze upon its true form literally scars your eyes, you know? Sun believers eating well today. Did you watch the new Death Stranding 2 trailer? I don't watch trailers for games that I haven't, yeah, I like to go in unspoiled, I guess, or with no expectations. Oh, here's what I did do, video game-wise. This one was a fucking doozy, lads. Honor mode in, Baldur's Gate 3. Harder fights, and also you can't load saves. Just the one save. You fuck up, you fuck up. How many deaths? None. Oh, you mean just like characters dying and being revived? Lots. No, you shouldn't, Kevly 26. Yeah, I know, Somniostatic. Oh, that sucks, Nightpop. If it's any consolation, you probably would have died there. Anyway, that's how I lost my first honor run. Alright, that's enough time wasting. Hear about this Biden guy? Biden called Netanyahu a bad fucking guy as war in Gaza cost him voters, report. And the White House denies this. I believe this happened, though, because we do have on-the-record evidence of basically every previous U.S. president hating Netanyahu, you know? Clinton, Obama, I think it was even Bush Jr. as well, right? Nobody likes Netanyahu because he's a freak, and he doesn't even pretend to work in line with U.S. interests. So I'll believe he said it, but of course the White House will deny it because they're cowards. This is so disappointing, man. So if you'll recall, there was a battle down in Texas where the Texas National Guard was putting up razor wire so they could drown and lacerate Mexican babies. And the federal government tried to intercede and say, hey, please don't lacerate and drown Mexican babies. To which the Texas National Guard denied them entry, just said, you can't come here. It went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gave Biden permission, said, yeah, you have the right to go tear down that fencing, as you've said, you can go in there. And rather than comply with the Supreme Court order, the Texas National Guard, under Governor Greg Abbott, continued to put up more fencing and disallow the entry of the federal officers. And what did Biden do with this unironic, actually, like, seditious behavior? He kowtowed. Biden didn't push it and immediately started pivoting to a bipartisan deal on border reform, pushing for more conservative, more reactionary border reform than even some of the stuff that was done under Trump, completely ceding ground to Greg Abbott. And, you know, maybe the fascists will do less fascism if we give them what they want, you know? Surely the Nazis will stop the Holocaust if we just give them, you know, more Jews we have kept in our basement. Like, they'll stop there, you know? What is even the point of federalism then? If the GOP governors can literally just defy Supreme Court rulings and the pussy president does nothing about it, I don't know. What is the point of federalism? Keep in mind, by the way, that Biden could have easily and legally dealt with this, by the way. The Supreme Court literally said that he could. And even without a Supreme Court ruling, Biden has the legal authority as the commander-in-chief to federalize the Texas National Guard, putting them under his direct control. That he could have done that. It wouldn't have been even remotely illegal. There's no controversy around the legality of that behavior, you know? This isn't about Texas. He's been working on a border deal with GOP for months. Nope, it is about Texas because he started talking about this loudly immediately after the standoff with Greg Abbott. Basically, he's saying, what he's signaling is, I won't challenge you on this. Let's work together on the fundamental problem that we're arguing over here with regards to your desire to, like, murder Mexican babies, you know? The deal has been in the works for a while, but the immediate pivot to it in the face of this standoff indicates that this is his, like, answer to the problem. Like I said, liberal abstemiousness and cowardice is going to cost us everything. Liberals' unwillingness to act in there. Like, we got an unexpected left-leaning Supreme Court ruling. A 6-3 conservative court ruled 5-4 in favor of the federal government's right to tear down border fencing laced with razor wire. But instead we're getting this appeasement bullshit. Statement from President Joe Biden on bipartisan Senate National Security Agreement. For too long, going back decades, the immigration system has been broken. It's time to fix it. That's why over 2 months I instructed members of my administration to work with a bipartisan group of senators. I love bipartisanship when one half of the constructed political environment is, like, overtly fascist and anti-democratic. I love still signaling bipartisanship. When in one of the fucking Republican primary debates, they were bragging about how much they want to invade Mexico, you know? Vosh, you're so completely wrong, lol. This is a power play to show the American people Republicans aren't really bothered about immigration. Your take is the Republicans' take. No, you are so cucked, man. You really think this is some, like, by working with the fascists to put forward fascist-approved anti-immigrant legislation, we're actually epically owning them by showing that we care most about killing brown babies, you know? We're undercutting, we're unironically, we're, like, flanking Republicans from the right? Like, what argument is that? Ridiculous. Nonsense. You can't... Flanking from the right doesn't work when you're just doing the bad thing that they want you to do. Is Biden as bad as the UK Labour Party at this point? Thankfully, no. But, you know, he's working. He's working. Effort is being made. Yeah, wait, the Republican House will never pass the bill. That's the whole point. You don't seem to understand. Why would you think that would do anything? Why would you think that in a standoff with seditious behavior from a Republican governor, that ignoring a Supreme Court ruling, not exercising his federal power, and just, like, going, okay, if you care about immigration so much, let's do this. You know what they're going to do? Republicans are going to say, no, we don't want this bill because it's not fascist enough, and nothing will change. The only thing that will have materially changed is that Biden will have given up an opportunity to crush seditious behavior from a disobedient, law-breaking Republican governor. That's the only thing that'll change. You think there are going to be Republicans who are going to go like, wow, Biden was trying to fix the border and the Republicans didn't go for it. Do you think they give a shit? You're a liberal. Liberal. I name you liberal. You think this can be addressed with some kind of, like, cutesy little hypocrisy point? Power is what we need. He should have been crushed. People like you are why we're all going to die. But I'll take you out first. Permanently. In VGG. Fuck you. I'm sure enabling GOP governors to do literally whatever they want in contradiction of Supreme Court orders is going to work out great, you know? I'm sure lots of red voters are going to move over blue when they see the GOP fail to pass the bill that they ostensibly should be interested in passing, in spite of the fact that support for the GOP has obviously not been based in policy outcomes for, like, nearly a decade now. Over a decade. He's a fucking DGGer. Sending their best. Anyway. And that's what we've done, working around the clock through the holidays and over weekends. Now we've reached an agreement on a bipartisan national security deal that includes the toughest and fairest set of border reforms in decades. I strongly support it. That's what I love to see. If from my left-leaning president, I love to see tough border reforms. It'll make our country safer, make our border more secure, treat people fairly and humanely while preserving legal immigration, consistent with our values as a nation. It would give me, as president, a new emergency authority to shut down the border when it becomes overwhelmed. So there you go, guys. We're really doing it. We're epically owning the Republicans by introducing a kill switch from the executive branch. I sure hope nobody, soon takes the Oval Office who might, abuse that power. It'll make our asylum process fairer and more efficient while protecting the most vulnerable. It'll expedite work permits so those who are here and qualify to get work more quickly. It'll create more opportunities for families to come together, blah, blah, blah. It ensures the most vulnerable, unaccompanied young children have paid legal representation. It'll provide the resources I have repeatedly requested to secure the border by adding Border Patrol agents, immigration judges, asylum officers, and cutting-edge inspection machines to help detect and stop the flow of fentanyl. Is that how they think? Is that how fentanyl gets in? It's just like random poor fucking Colombians, like with their pockets full of it, you know? As opposed to corruption. Like, a lot of fentanyl comes through the border, sure, but we literally have evidence of corruption, of like local American police departments working and getting cuts for like allowing shipments in, you know? It's you like, yeah, it comes in massive quantities. The only thing here that I actually really do want is more money going to immigration judges, asylum officers. These are the things that I really want. I think Biden is trying to show the Republicans care a lot more about killing migrants than actually solving the problem. Mr. Goodsocks, they don't care. We are well past the point of you realize this has been happening for like years now, right? Of Republicans saying, we support X, and then Democrats going, okay, so then you should be in favor of this bill then. And then they just don't vote for it. You realize Republicans have, to a man, voted no on like everything good, right? They'll say shootings are a mental health problem. Then all of them vote no on funding to mental health services in schools. Or like, this should be good. And then like the Democrats put forward a bill and no Republican votes in it. This doesn't work. This strategy of epically owning the GOP by like, oh, well, if you really care, then you should do this, you know? Rave Dooman, I saw the first time. Thank you. Logically, wouldn't your behavior indicate you only care about killing migrants? They've been open about that for years. No fucking shit. Greg Abbott has literally said that they would be murdering migrants in Texas if they weren't charged for it. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that they would be charged for it. Like, what? Like, so fucking, like, with this epic maneuver, I may cede lots of power to seditious GOP governors, but at the same time, I will also prove Republicans are fascists once and for all. Wow, thank you. Thank you. I was struggling to find evidence for this case for a long time, but now that it's been proven, everything is so much clearer. You know, that's a quote. Whoa, you're telling me the GOP has an incoherent border policy that they fearmonger over without actually proposing any real solutions? You know, that's fucking crazy. Anxious blob of soup, don't spam. I already know. We already talked about it. Nothing I hate more than people running in here to like spam post to alert me to a thing I've already covered in the stream. I can see your chat. I'm looking. You can see me looking. Right here, I see you. Stop spam. I see all the chat all the time. He's trying to get the media to turn on the GOP. It won't. That's not how it works. The media doesn't turn on the GOP. That's not how it works. We don't have a neutral media that shifts its perspective based on the facts. If we did, every media outlet would be pro-Democrat, like, or at the very least anti-Republican, you know? Liberals, Liberals. Notice how everyone who disagrees with me on this, all the people in chat who have gotten mad at and singled out, even though they're like 1 in 100, the liberal attitude, they're going to be the death of us, okay? They're going to be the death of us. And by the way, when we're all hauled off to the death camps, they're going to say that we were the problem, you know? And in the face of all the weakness and abstemiousness, all of the decisions Biden could have made to legally crush this early, none of that, you know, their mind will skip right over it, and it'll be the crazy leftists who were warning about this, prior. We were the ones, actually, because of, like, I don't know, Bernie or bust, or because, like, a bunch of 19-year-olds didn't vote after Biden abetted a genocide in Gaza. Like, Biden's behavior was flawless. What else could have been done? I think he's trying to be a bitch, Mr. Goodsocks. The bipartisan national security agreement would also address 2 other important priorities. It allows the U.S. to continue our vital work. So, yeah, money to Ukraine, and life-saving humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people. And, of course, it provides Israel what they need to do to protect their people and defend itself against Hamas terrorists. That's great, you know? Israel didn't have enough weapons. We need to give them more. We have no choice but to give them more. They didn't have enough. You know, we need to slightly expedite their process of liquidating the population of the Gaza Strip. Listen to this smarmy fucking liberal. Listen to this. Sickening. It actually hurts to look at. There is more work to be done to get over the finish line, but I want to be clear about something. If you believe, as I do, that we must secure the border now, doing nothing is not an option. Working with my administration, the U.S. Senate has done the hard work it takes to reach a bipartisan agreement. Now, House Republicans have to decide, do they want to solve the problem, or do they want to keep playing politics with the border? It seems I have placed you in a confounding logical trap, House Republicans. If you don't vote yes, you'll reveal yourself to be inconsistent and politically motivated. Something you haven't already indicated yourself to be every day of every year for the past 8 years. Yeah, you're right. It's West Wing shit, JS23. Fucking, this is revolting. Does Biden not do research in his constituency? Arrogance is the defining trait of the DNC in this regard, more so than Republicans. Republicans will anxiously shift their rhetoric to whatever they need to advance their agenda. You know, they're incredibly sensitive to what their base wants, which is why the Republican Party has changed so much since the Bush days. The DNC is still, like, Biden was a senator before I was born. This man is ancient, and the DNC is run by ancient people for the most part, you know? Their ineffectiveness, their weakness. This is the reason why Democrats massively underperform in a blue powerhouse state like New York, because the people who are doing the local organizing are ancient fucking dinosaurs. You know, they're all like wealthy, Wall Street liberals who think they're better than you, and they don't bother doing any kind of research in their constituency or adjusting their rhetoric because they hit their height back in the Clinton years and they don't give a fuck. And they know that the Republicans are wrong, and that's all they think it takes. They think that's all it takes, you know? Republicans are wrong. They get to be smarmy about it. How do you think Hillary Clinton ended up being the runaway favorite in 2016? Do you think anyone asked? Think, the DNC, the institution that produced Hillary Clinton. Of course they don't care. Democrat voters voted for her. Notably, not enough of them. Famously, not enough of them. I've made my decision. I'm ready to solve the problem. I'm ready to secure the border. This is what Democrats want. And so are the American people. I know we have our divisions at home, but we cannot let partisan politics get in the way of our responsibilities as a great nation. This is such a fucking Weimar moment, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Like openly insurrectionist party on the other side, and he's just like folded his arms, you know, with the fucking DreamWorks face. I refuse to let that happen. In moments like these, we have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there is nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. I urge Congress to come together and swiftly pass this bipartisan agreement. Get it to my desk so I can sign it into law immediately. And immediately afterwards, Donald Trump says to reject the deal. Because they don't care. Whoa! They'll just reject it because they don't care? Wow, what a I'm sure he'll face unimaginable fucking political consequences for this, you know? The GOP constituency will rise up and oust Donald Trump because it turns out he's inconsistent and lies and doesn't care about America. Who could have possibly seen this coming? Don't be stupid. We need a separate border and immigration bill. It should not be tied to foreign aid in any way, shape, or form, said Trump, who is running for re-election. Senators unveiled one of the harshest immigration bills in a generation this Sunday. It would be a major win for immigration hawks, full of concessions Democrats would normally have strongly opposed. I'm sure this indication that we're willing to be bipartisan and compromise with the fascists will put the fascists at ease. Fascists stop doing what they're doing when you give them what they want, right? But Trump has an iron grip on the Republicans leading the House of Representatives and has called repeatedly for the party to kill the legislation and deny Biden and his Democrats a political victory ahead of November's election. This bill is a great gift to the Democrats and a death wish for the Republican Party. So yeah, it's probably not going to end up passing, and nothing will happen except Biden ceding ground, showing weakness, and giving up the chance to crush Greg Abbott's seditious behavior. New border legislation the White House says it strongly supports would grant the Homeland Security Secretary the power to summarily deport undocumented immigrants at his sole and unreviewable discretion during border emergencies. Thanks, Biden. This is what Democrats wanted. This is what they voted you in for. The Homeland Security Secretary with no oversight deporting people during border emergencies. That's great. Serious question, would you vote for this bill if you were in Congress? No. Because there's no other way to get Ukraine funding to pass? Well, sucks for Ukraine. Sorry. Gonna need a better bill than what if we did fascism at home? It's like a stipend on the money going over. Would you have supported this if you meant aid to Ukraine, though? Are you people insane? Why? The whole point of supporting Ukraine is to keep the fascists from winning over there. Why would I cede ground to fascists here to support them? What the fuck? Why would I do that? This basically sets the precedent that Texas can bully the president into giving them whatever they want. Why? Not just Texas, any GOP governor. Fuck it. Apparently, even with the Supreme Court ruling giving Biden explicit permission to do through federal agents what he already wanted to do in the area, he'll just back off and then go, we may disagree, but if you really care about a solution, then what if I just did like everything you want me to do? Curious. Key highlights of the Senate's proposed border deal package. New emergency authority to restrict border crossings if daily average migrant encounters reach 4,000 over a 1-week span. What? Daily average migrant encounters are going to reach 4,000 over a 1-week span every week, aren't they? How many encounters do we have a year? If you divide that by 52, it's significantly... What? U.S. southern border has witnessed a record of at least 6.3 million encounters at and between ports of entry since Biden took office in January 2021. Okay, so divide that by 3 per year. That's, let's say, round down, 2 million a year. And then per week, that's what? 200,000, 40,000. Are we currently having 10 times the daily migrant encounters? Oh, sorry, daily. It's over a 1 week span, but not daily. Okay, so daily. So divided by 2 million divided by 365 is more than 4,000, like 5 or 6,000. So yeah, the current amount of people that are coming in through the border every day significantly exceeds the emergency threshold. So it would just immediately... If that metric is reached, the Homeland Security Secretary could decide to largely bar migrants from seeking asylum. If migrant crossings increase above 5,000 on average, the DHS is required to use that authority. If encounters reach 8,500 in one day, the department is required to trigger the authority. How many are we getting per day? Like, not averaged. Per day, the U.S. Border Patrol encounters around 3,500. But that's just U.S. Border Patrol. That's not the only... Federal officials had about 10,000 encounters with migrants per day at the U.S.-Mexico border before the emergency health order ended late Thursday. I mean, the type of encounter is going to vary a lot, but it seems like this would just immediately trigger the emergency threshold. The federal government's limited in how long it can use this authority. In the first year, the government can use it for 270 days, then 225 days, then 180 days the third year. That's cool. 3-year emergency authorization. But don't worry, guys. You can only use it for subsequent... This is such a liberal fucking... They've means-tested the fascism. Yes, you can do fascism, okay? But you can only do it so you have subsequent years and there's a daily allotment per year and you have to file a Pell Grant that allows you to... Jesus, fuck! Expedites the asylum processing timeline from years to 6 months. That's good. That part is good, at least. Introduces a new process in which U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services would decide an asylum claim without it going through the immigration court system. This process doesn't apply to unaccompanied migrant children. What? So just like another secret high council that just bypasses the court system? Like you just go to a fucking tribunal of wizards and they decide? Preserves the president's authority to designate humanitarian parole on a case-by-case basis. Joe Biden has used the authority for Ukrainians, Afghans, Cubans, Venezuelans, and Haitians, among other populations. Okay. Authorizes 250,000 additional immigrant visas. That's good, at least, I guess. Provides a pathway to citizenship for Afghans paroled into the U.S. after the U.S.'s withdrawal from Afghanistan. The fact that it took this long to even... Look, when we all die, I just want you to know that I was right. That let those be your last moments, okay? Thinking, wow, that weird autistic guy that I used to watch sometimes on YouTube before all the bad things happened, that guy sure was cooking. He sure had some points. That doesn't work, Hunter. This moral high ground politics shit only cedes ground to them. Like it doesn't work. Yeah, it's so fucking cool how, like, literally most GOP governors performatively sent their own National Guard over to Texas to show support for the unlawful barring of federal agents from the border, and Biden just let this happen. Like, half of the states signaled seditious intent by openly defying a Supreme Court order and sending troops. Like, do you understand what it means for red states to send troops to support Greg Abbott in his defiance of a Supreme Court ruling? Do you know what that means? Do you have any idea? And Biden just lets it happen. Doesn't just let it happen, drops the issue and goes, well, if you care so much, then you'll be okay with this 82% fascist deal that I have, huh? To which they reject because they want 100% fascism. That's great. I love it. Oh my God, I love it so much. Ooh, I love it. I love politics. We taught a monkey to understand American liberal obsession with bipartisanship, and it killed itself instantly. It hanged itself. That's a violation of the ruling, Chu Sao. If the Supreme Court gives Biden full permission to send in federal agents to tear down the fencing, but they're just putting up more fencing, like that's obviously a defiance of it. What, like, obviously it didn't come to fucking, you know, a firefight or whatever over the technicalities, but it's very obvious what they're doing, and that Biden is ceding. To be fair, though, Vosh, I understand the argument of contesting the court. We shouldn't tolerate it. Why are we expected to take in millions of people coming into the country illegally? Why not? Also, what do you mean we are expected? You're not doing anything. What are you doing? Well, is your house being burdened by them? There are better ways to handle our immigration system than what we're doing right now. I fully acknowledge that. There are problems. But these are not solutions to the problems. More money to immigration judges, to asylum officers, that sort of thing. These things would meaningfully help. Why Biden is so weak right now? Liberal. Liberal. Because he doesn't actually care, normal spaceman. What can we do about this other than seethe? Nothing at the moment. The only real political decision that we have coming up, it seems, is whether or not we have fascism with Donald Trump or weak, milquetoast, pathetic, limp-wristed liberal appeasement with Biden. The latter is better than the former, so get to it. Vote for Biden. You're all very excited for this, I assume. I don't know. If Donald Trump loses and then fucking dies on account of being old, it'll probably set the GOP back quite a lot when it comes to their willingness and interest in pushing for certain reforms. So, you know, it might be a waiting game to an extent. But yeah, that's the dealio. I don't know, Subs and Soda. All right. Bad business, folks. Can we talk about Pal World some more instead? No. And I'm exercising a great deal of restraint because the last portion of this stream, not the one we're at yet, but the last portion of this stream will be dedicated to fashion. You see, I have a friend's wedding coming up. This is finally a time. There will be no jokes, no memes. I'm going to share my thoughts with you and you will listen to them. I have a real reason to invest. Sure, Biden needs to win, but should Palestinians be expected to vote for him? Every human on earth should be expected to vote for him. It's moral outcomes. It's not a matter of whether or not it's fair. the outcome of Biden winning is superior to the outcome of Trump winning. Therefore, we should vote for Biden. I don't expect Palestinians to vote for him, and I'm not going to blame Palestinians for not. They have reasons not to, but of course, their decision not to is wrong. It's just a matter of whether or not I have a compelling argument to make, the likeliness of, or the likelihood of them actually shifting their perspective or doing it, you know? It's called nuance, yeah. I would probably despise that too, Neganova. Unfortunately, Bolshevik Y2K, I don't really read that much. You'd be better off asking other people. You know, Radical Reviewer on YouTube has a lot of very good YouTube videos on specific theory texts. I'd recommend people check that out. All right. We have time for 2 more segments, I think. Should be good ones, though. I haven't heard much scampering outside of my door, so I'm going to open my door back up again. Hopefully Ruben doesn't come in and immediately belly flop on Pigeon. Pigeon's all curled up over there. She looks so cute. Here. I can't... Drop my phone. I woke her up. Okay, well, I have an older picture of her. Do you want to see what she looks like? Here, hold on. Scrolling through my photos. Here. That's what she looks like. I mean, not right now, but, you know, over there in the corner. Ridiculous. Preposterous little... Look, she turned her head away so that it's buried in the corner of the dog bed for warmth, which is really cute. And here's her curled up. Look at how big her abdomen is compared to her chest and head. Like, isn't that ridiculous? This giant blob is just her big, indistinct body abdomen thing. And then the chest and the head. Like, isn't that wild? Yeah, she's like a bug. Is she pregnant? No, cats are just kind of shaped like that. She's a little fat. Her and Artemy are apparently both 1 pound overweight, which is in the, like, chubby region. But neither of them are... Okay, she's gone back to laying down. Cats are just kind of weirdly shaped. Hold on. If you look up shaved cat laying down, you mostly get hairless cats, not shaved cats. I'm just trying to demonstrate that the principle applies even to regular cats and not hairless ones. Man, Pigeon is so ugly, dude. I love her so much for being ugly, but like every other hairless cat on the internet looks more regal. They all look so much more refined than she does. She's just this like grungy blob. I love her very much. She's endearingly ugly. Leave Pigeon alone. She's beautiful in her own way. I love her very much, and you all know that. Look at her. Hold on. Just a few quick pictures. Look at this. We were Conyer and I were watching Hunter x Hunter, and Ruben was sitting on Conyer's lap under a knitted blanket, and Artemy came over and flopped on top of him and just sat on Ruben the whole time. All right, one more. Love these damn cats, man. And here's Pigeon sitting on my lap while I play Baldur's Gate. She just loafs there. All right, hold on. I'm gonna pee and then we'll do the politic. Right. Oh, that's cool. Georgia has introduced HB 1128 called the Women's Bill of Rights. Two guesses as to what this one refers to. It is not about women's rights. Most alarmingly, it ends all legal recognition of trans people and removes sexual orientation and gender identity from qualifying as a hate crime. Nice, but it keeps sex, you see. So, it's the pro-hate crime bill, it seems. That's neat. The bill would prevent people from updating their legal gender markers on driver's licenses, birth certificates, medical documents, and so much more. It would ban trans people from bathrooms and more. Where's the full text? Every state has their own goddamn... Here we go. So the strike-throughs then, presumably, are changes. Said title is further amended by revising paragraphs 4 through 6 of subsection D of Code Section 131 relating to the construction of statutes generally as follows. Gender, the masculine gender includes the feminine and the neuter. Joint authority number. Oh, I see. They're just removing this provision. Like this, like, they're removing recognition of gender as like a legal construct and having only sex. Gender usage changed to sexual terminology. Removing gender, sexual orientation and gender from the hate crime provisions. Forms for such reports shall be designated and provided by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. The report shall include names of the parties, relationship of the parties, and it used to be sex and gender of the parties, but now it'll just be sex of the parties, race of the parties, religion of the parties. Yeah, the purpose of this, not the consequence of, but the deliberate purpose of this, is to make it easier to commit crimes against trans people. By not recording that information. It would essentially make violence against trans people invisible because there would no longer be records on that information legally. You know, it would be like an effort to sweep it under the rug. They're not making it legal to attack trans people, but it could no longer be a hate crime, even if it was determined to be like because they were trans. They wouldn't even like record it or look into it. Keep in mind, the only reason this would be done is if they were pro-hate crimes being done against trans people. That's it. That's literally it. There's no, like, there's no wraparound, like, here's some other thing, and this is a consequence of it or whatever. That's the explicit only reason to do this. And gay people. Sorry, I shouldn't say just trans people, and gay people. Because sexual orientation is also removed from the list of things that'll be recorded. So now, if a bunch of, like, trans or gay people get beaten to death, oh, sure, it's still murder, and the people who commit those crimes, you know, will be tried, we hope. But it won't be recorded, you know, as, like, a hate crime. That information won't be processed. Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to education is amended by replacing genders with sexes. Gender discrimination, authorize separate gender teams, of course. Subtitle is further amended by replacing the term gender with sexual, wherever the former appears in Code Section 22316, regarding high school athletics, really going after the 2 trans people in the state. Won't be able to change driver's license or other certificates. The General Assembly finds that just as gender separated, twinly separated one sex among relatives, should be allowed to, yeah. Do you think this will pass? I'm not sure. I don't know much about the Georgia legislature. How does this differ from gender abolition? Benjamin, with respect, that's an incredibly fucking stupid question to ask. Are you kidding me? A series of sweeping bill changes specifically targeted to reduce the rights of trans people and make it easier to commit crimes against them without it being registered as a hate crime? What on earth does this have to do with gender abolition? I mean, how do you legally remove gender without creating that? I mean, you don't legally remove gender abolition is a long-term cultural project. It's not like a bill comes out that no longer recognizes it. Like, I think racial abolitionism is also a good thing, but that doesn't mean you would like, here's a bill, like, you know, we no longer look at race and issues or whatever. That's it. Yeah, that really seems to be it. This is just like an amendment to pre-existing legislation that just makes it easier to commit hate crimes against gay and trans people and reduces the rights of trans people. That's it. That's the whole damn thing. Sponsored by Jody, Lisa, Kimberly, Penny, Bethany, and Alan. Real 10 guesses on the saltine, you know, backgrounds of these individuals. Kimberly, Penny, Christ. In Georgia, too. You know these motherfuckers aren't from Atlanta. Well, we'll see if it passes. This would be extraordinarily bad if it does pass. It is essentially like a pro-hate crime bill. I don't think that's an exaggeration or hyperbole. The only reason you'd make those changes would be to do that. So many states trying that exact same shit. Yeah, to an extent, but like, it's so fucking overt. It's just so straightforward, you know? Like, this is what I mean when I say, like, people argue against the genocidal thing. But, like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, there's just no reason to do this unless you... It's just really blatant. I mean, it's not surprising. It's a logical extension of the behavior they've engaged in the past. It's just always surprising to see euphemisms dropped in favor of very straightforwardly pro-murder behavior. Yes, the killers of Brianna J. did get sentenced, and that is good. But that's also across the pond, you know. Of course they were going to get sentenced, right? Like, there was no getting out of that. They were both caught essentially dead to rights with a bunch of text messages sent between each other, and they were like, yeah, let's kill people. Like, I wasn't surprised that they got sentenced. And unsurprisingly, they look like weirdo, like, considering the fact that their text messages back and forth read like they were both creepypasta enthusiasts who thought they were going to be the next Slender Man. They look exactly the way you think they would look. They just look like losers, you know? Not, pardon me for relying once more upon phrenology, but the two seething incels lashing out at the chat, well, Stacy, I guess. Don't hate me. You know, for being moisturized and in the moment, you know? Brianna J was moisturized in her element. She'll be loved forever. And, you know, these two sweaty losers will die in prison. So, yeah, I mean, that's cool. Isn't it just 20 years? 20 years is a very long time. That's more than their entire lives up to this point. I think it has the possibility of being extended as well. I'm not as familiar with their legal system. The trans mafia will bring them to a swift end in prison. Were they charged with a hate crime? They weren't, because the prosecution didn't want to have to argue the specifics. What they did was undeniably a hate crime, and everyone agrees on it, but they didn't bring that charge because it would have complicated the legal process and involved them having to make subjective arguments on whether or not their statements qualified as a hate crime, rather than focus on the extremely upfront and obvious "they murdered her" argument, which they could prove empirically. Sometimes crimes that a person definitely does get overlooked in the prosecution, because it's much easier to make the case to quickly bring them to, you know, keep in mind, they got sent to prison very quickly. The crime only happened a few months ago. Their sentence, like that, this was like this. For any kind of, you know, criminal justice outcome, this is quite quick. So. Also, life being 20 years usually doesn't mean you're free after 20 years. After 20 years, your case usually gets reviewed to see if you're eligible for release. And if they continue to be crazy, maybe it won't. The judge agreed the boy at least was motivated by transphobia. Yeah. Like, nobody here disagrees, except for J.K. Rowling, I guess, and her, you know, her broader group. Our cases don't usually last years like in the US. CK Comrade Robin Hood, you are British. I got you. I fucking got you. Remember, this whole stream was a setup to determine whether or not you're British, and I fucking got you. You've been outed. It's fucking over. It's over. Vosh feels like every country that doesn't want me dead right now will want me dead in 5 years. Legit starting to feel desperate. People are more accepting of trans people now than they ever have been. What you're dealing with right now is a loud countercultural movement. You know, the backlash, so to speak. Watch Tengen Toppen Gurren Lagann. Lift your spirits up, okay? Let your will be the spiral, all right? Well, that was good of him, Purple Orange, yeah. You made those words up. I say this, and I'm genuinely astonished that there are people in chat who don't immediately know what I'm talking about. I guess there were a lot of young people in chat, and Gurren Lagann came out in, what, 2006? 2008? There's a while ago? A little while ago? (2007) Okay. The middle point of my two guesses. That's the one with pedophilia in it, isn't it? You know, I would say yes. I would say that on the anime scale, the sliding spectrum of anime, it's probably on the lower end, you know? Evangelion has that shit too. The difference is that in Evangelion, it's I would say artistically justified, whereas I really don't think they had to give 14-year-old Yoko that bikini. But on the plus side, I guess they draw Yoko like an adult? I don't know. Look, it's a good anime. I'm not defending those elements of it. This is the most nostalgia take ever. that Gurren Lagann is good? I think everyone agrees on that. Is there any anime without pedophilia? Yes! Watch Dungeon Meshi. Dungeon Meshi. I can't recommend Fooly Cooly, though in fairness, it's not depicted positively there, so. Is Yoko supposed to be 14? Yes. This is one like particular subset of it's a specific subset of like weird weeby pedo shit where they just insist on giving low ages to characters that are obviously not the ages that they're said to be. I only learned that she was meant to be 14 after finishing the anime for the first time. I thought that Simone... Wait, let me get... hold on one second. Let me get a character her age at the same time. 1 second. Here we go. Here's the main character at the same age. This is the source of my confusion. I can't unpiece the brain. I can't fix Japan. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't fix Japan. Okay. But yeah, here you go. When he develops a crush on her, I assumed it was like the way young boys often develop crushes on hot older ladies. Nope. It turns out. I'm sorry. I can't fix Japan. But you should still watch it. Yeah, Petzl Bub, it's very weird. It's almost like they artificially aged her down to appeal to like a pedo audience, even though it detracted massively from the dynamic. The show is also weird to Nia and the other kids. Yeah, and your name is Mr. Bubbles 88. Where's that 88 from, Mr. Bubbles? Huh? 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 All right, we're moving on. The University of North Carolina, Greensboro has dissolved the Physics and Astronomy Department. Well, that's unfortunate. UNC Greensboro students and faculty react to program cuts. 20 programs, despite weeks of pushback. Universities basically only exist as real estate ventures that have football teams. You know, everything else is secondary. What's the reason they're providing? Is there even a reason? This article doesn't even say why they said they're doing it.
UNC Greensboro finalizing its decision to cut several programs this afternoon after weeks of pushback from a lot of people on campus.
Kelly Kendall joins us live tonight in Greensboro. Kelly.
Considering the fact that nobody cares about higher education anymore, pretty soon, like, the universities are just going to be the place that you commit yourself to a lifelong debt, so you have the official accreditation that you need to be, like, an Amazon warehouse employee or a nurse, maybe. If you don't get the accreditation, you can never get any job that pays more than minimum wage, and that's it. Like, there's not even going to be a pretense of higher education.
How is the campus reacting to this news?
Hi, Devontae and Christine. Well, students and faculty I talked to expressed disappointment and anger at today's announcement.
This is unironically another way that capitalism devolves itself into feudalism. Half points. This is a way that capitalism devolves itself back into primitive capitalism. The two, there's a very good bit on this in the video on the wall that Folding Ideas put out. But when public education really became a thing, there were two competing philosophies on what public education should do. On one hand, you have the Enlightenment liberal argument, which is that universal education is just naturally emancipatory, that it elevates us, that it improves us as a species. And then you have the capitalist liberal argument, which is that public education is a way of providing a public subsidy for the job training that workplaces would otherwise need from you. See, it's to the benefit of the factories that you're all literate, for one. And this has been extended to the universities to an extent. So you have these two competing ideas, and it seems like there's a push right now to go back towards the latter, where the purpose of universities and just education in general is to make you a better Amazon warehouse worker, where you watch a bunch of like, fuck university, just put them in a 6-month course where they watch a bunch of training modules, and you all get put on like lab courses where you have to move a box around without throwing out your lower back. And then once you're out of there, kablamo, right to the Amazon warehouse, you know? No business indebting yourself for 4 years. Just get on out there, bucko. And you don't need physics departments for that. Besides, we can get all of our like high education, PhD student types from other countries like India. They're good about that. Get our doctors from Cuba, our tech workers from India, whatever.
From the chancellor, who said 20 programs will be cut from the university. Anthropology, physics, and several languages. Those are just a few of the programs that will no longer exist at UNC Greensboro. And the reaction on campus is consistent.
What now?
I mean, frustrating is an understatement.
2 SJWs in a row. Are you kidding me? Blue hair, then red hair? My God, the diversity.
Understatement.
Shock and disappointment.
The announcement.
This guy, you can tell by looking at this guy builds bridges. This motherfucker, if you want a bridge built, look at this guy. Wearing a windbreaker over a zip-up sweater over a t-shirt. This guy is ready, okay?
Announcement came from the university's chancellor, Frank Gillum.
The university's chancellor being smothered by his own clothing. What?
Who said this decision was based on results from an academic portfolio review. But professors say the process has been flawed.
We treated the process with a legitimacy that the administration never did from the very beginning.
The possible cuts were first announced on January 16th, which triggered weeks of protests, letter writing campaigns, and other efforts by students and faculty.
All right, now forgive my digression for just a moment. Don't you agree that this college protest group would look a lot better if they looked a lot better? I'm talking fashion, okay? I'm seeing ill-fitting clothing. I'm seeing t-shirts and sweatpants and jeans, not even good jeans, okay? That's what I'm saying. If you go back to the 1960s when people actually gave a shit, you take a look at those college protesters, there was a lot more razzle-dazzle, if you know what I'm saying. Why are all these photos always in black and white? I'm telling you, man, it's a fucking conspiracy. There we go. At Kent State, where nothing bad ever happened. All right? I'm telling you, if more college protesters these days had, and we lined it up, mid-rise jeans, big mustaches, huge sideburns, Western snapbacks, properly fitting clothing, denim jackets. All right? I'm telling you. Now, this is a lineup that a group of U.S. National Guardsmen definitely wouldn't fire guns into. Is that Liv Agar? Here, let's move on.
Writing campaigns and other efforts by students and faculty to stop administration from cutting these programs. Now, they feel their cries have been ignored.
I think it's a slap in the face. I think that it was intended.
History professor. Sorry, not civil engineering.
To send a message to the faculty that they're not going to be listened to.
Students enrolled in the cut programs will be allowed to finish their degrees, meaning faculty will retain their positions for now. But they say it's about more than just their jobs. One professor in the Department of Languages, Literature, and Culture said the university is...
He's building bridges between past and present. Thank you. That's true. There you go. Subs and Soda, you get first place. Smackerick 2, you came in second, but still very close. It was a good race, guys. Well done.
Using programs that create diversity.
It's diversity of thought. It's also diversity of people, the inclusivity.
You're telling me a person with that shirt and these earrings would be a professor of languages, literature, and culture? That's crazy.
Of people of various ethnicities, people who speak different languages, who practice in different ways.
Students, too, are feeling the impact of the decision. Senior physics student Holly Burrows said they became emotional at the news.
I could not stop myself from just breaking down and crying because it hurt. We put a lot of effort into fighting for this program.
A clean cut there with the audio and video. That looked really natural.
But those efforts aren't over, according to faculty and students I've talked to. They say they will continue fighting to keep those programs around and hope this time administration will listen. In Green
W12 with the cleanest video editing. It is really sad. I think that education is like universally emancipatory. I don't know. Schools right now suck and you barely learn anything from them, and you learn more from the real world than you do in school. Seriously. Like, not to sound like a Redditor or whatever, but I guarantee you that you can learn more from a very dedicated and interested YouTube binge on any subject than you could from the equivalent of a month's lectures on that subject. The real trick to getting people to learn things is not the presentation of information. It's tricking them into caring about learning more themselves. You can lecture somebody for an hour, for 10 hours, for an infinite amount of time on any subject they're not interested in, and their brain just will not. Like, remembering things is a chemical electric process, you know? Your brain doesn't remember everything. It remembers important things. And what your brain considers important is a product of a number of things, but largely of your interest. If you're interested in a subject, you will go out of your way to learn more about it, and you will become very knowledgeable. And if you aren't interested in a subject, then no amount of lecturing can compensate for that. So a lot of work has to be done in the schooling system, but I don't think this is an unfixable problem. I think this is a very fixable problem. But you need to get education to get hired anywhere. Yeah, it's mostly like a job credit system. Excuse me. It's unfortunate. Do you feel like this is a USA thing? No. It's a pretty global thing, though things do vary. But my understanding is that these underlying problems are the case pretty much everywhere. A lot of this is also because the global attitude towards education is very downstream of European educational trends. Because England and France and so on colonized so much of the world, and because we've had such an influence on the world, most of the world's educational centers are modeled off of what we've done, especially because as expertise in certain fields is developed in those nations, in a lot of cases, that's usually because of collaboration between our wealthier nations and theirs, at least to an extent. It's tough to build a physics program from scratch, you know? Like, there's always going to be like cross-cultural contamination, and I think in this case, it's, you know, maybe some bad lessons have been transferred around. But the whole subject is complicated, you know? I'm not an expert on like global education systems. I don't know if anyone is. I mean, it's a pretty broad field. How would Biden have reacted to the South firing on Fort Sumter? He probably would have proposed a radical new bipartisan plan to demolish Fort Sumter because, you know, we didn't really care for it that much anyway. And if the Confederates want Fort Sumter gone so badly, you know, then surely they're going to vote in favor of this. I think we have time for one more. Probably the thing that I actually said we were going to talk about. Yeah, as a bunch of people have pointed out and have repeatedly linked, it seems there is now very compelling evidence that Ukraine Special Services and the Wagner Group are fighting in Sudan. Somebody linked a video and I took a look at it and I got the YouTube warning for graphic content, so I'm not looking at that video. But people have been linking posts like this. Kiev Post sources and Ukraine Special Services provided an exclusive video that shows elements of Ukrainian special forces interrogating captured Wagner mercenaries in the Republic of Sudan. It seems like this is a bit more edge case. I'm only seeing a little bit of attention being given to this, and for something that weird, I'll wait to see if there are any formal news sources covering it. Wagner has been fucking around with Sudan for a while now, so it's not surprising that they're there. I would like to know more about what Ukraine is doing there. Anyway, the current news is that at the moment there's been an extended communications blackout in Sudan. By the way, there's an ongoing... Millions of people have died there, okay? You know, this is an ongoing issue. CPJ, that's the Committee to Protect Journalists, is alarmed by reports of an ongoing communications blackout across most Sudan since Friday and urgently calls for an immediate restoration of telecoms and internet networks across the country where a nearly 10-month conflict has displaced millions. Kiev Post is a sussy account. It's not like Kiev Independent. Yeah, a lot of people were posting this, but I'd like to wait a little bit more before commenting on it. Oh, here's a CNN link. Exclusive. Ukraine's Special Services... Okay, this is from September 20th last year, so this is like older info, but if it refers to it, it refers to it. Likely behind strikes on Wagner-backed forces in Sudan. My guess, knowing nothing about this, is that Wagner forces are siphoning money out of Sudan, and they're using it to fund the war in Ukraine. And Ukraine has sent special forces here to oppose them here, where they're a lot weaker than they are at the front along the Donbass. Wagner is basically like Russia's imperial arm in Africa. They're a mercenary group with Nazi ties. It's like a Nazi group, basically. And they've been doing like, I don't know, darkest Africa mercenary Rhodesia-esque shit, where basically they've got a lot of guns, they've got a lot of training, and they get hired by like local warlords, despots, dictatorial leaders, to do dirty work, either bodyguarding or clearing out dissident ethnic groups or fighting Boko Haram, though they try to avoid that when possible because Boko Haram fighters are armed and ready to die, and mercenaries do what they do for the money. So this goes back to stuff like their gold mine, which is, the Central African Republic. Here you go. It's this kind of stuff. Central African Republic mine displays stakes for Wagner Group's future. Does this have a listing of how much they make off of it? One of Wagner's most significant gold mining operations is at the Undasima gold mine in the Central African Republic, 60 kilometers north of Bambari. Does this show... Some estimates claim Wagner could reap up to $1 billion in annual profit from its operations in the Central African Republic alone. There's a lot of stuff like that. A lot of primitive extraction. Thank you, Subs and Soda. Yeah. Wagner Group activities in Africa. They're all over the place. Network of mercenaries, de facto unit of the Russian Ministry of Defense. Whoo! Oh, I saw Sudan. In May 2019, Russia signed a military agreement with Sudan, which, among other things, would facilitate the entry of Russian warships into Sudanese ports. A new draft agreement was signed in November 2020 that would lead to the establishment of a Russian naval logistics center and repair yard on Sudan's Red Sea coast that would host up to 300 people. The agreement is expected to stand for 25 years. The Wagner-connected company Miro Gold was reported to plan ship personal protective equipment, medicine, other equipment to Sudan amid the coronavirus pandemic. 3 months later, the U.S. sanctioned the M-Invest company as well as its Sudan subsidiary, Miro Gold. 2 individuals keyed the Wagner operations in Sudan. Oh, man, they've been doing a lot of stuff in Sudan. Whoo, boy, look at that. My goodness. Lucrative mining concessions. Gold-rich area. Western Sudan's Darfur region as a staging point for its operations in other neighboring countries. Okay, so that's the reason they're fighting here. The Russian government has been trying to use Sudan as a base of operations for its Wagner colonialism and resource extraction. That seems to be the take. They've negotiated facilitating the entry of Russian warships into their ports. They can extract stuff here. That makes sense. Clashes erupted in Sudan between the Sudanese armed forces, broadly loyal to General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and the RSF following General Dagalo. Subsequently, some Sudanese and regional diplomatic sources claim the Wagner Group has provided surface-to-air missiles to the RSF against the SAF. Prigozhin denied supporting the RSF, saying that the company had not had a presence in Sudan for more than 2 years. Sudan's army chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan stated that so far there's been no confirmation about the Wagner Group's support for the RSF. Interesting. It makes sense if you think about it, right? The Red Sea is such an important part of the world. It's such a pivotal trade route. Sudan has a portion of its coastline. Saudi Arabia is too powerful to directly control in the same way that, like, Sudan is, right? Eritrea is doing its own goddamn thing. Egypt is basically a U.S. ally. Yemen has been Yemening for a while. It makes sense that Russia would have Wagner groups fighting over their ability to maintain a port of entry here. Isn't that guy dead? Prigozhin is dead, yes. But the Wagner group still stands. They were smuggling weapons through Libya to help the RSF. Evidence emerges of Russia's Wagner arming militia leader battling Sudan's army. Huh. Okay. So yeah, now Sudan, this is probably like, I mean, you guys remember, we were live when this happened. The current Sudanese civil war, remember? They had 2 armies. Ah, man, I'm drawing upon my bad memory here, but we were watching this, remember? There was a breakout of conflict because Sudan basically had 2 armies, and it led to there being, like, Egyptian troops getting captured. Since then, the civil war has raged on, and it seems the dissident forces are the ones that Russia is allying, presumably out of fear that they wouldn't, certainly not now, wouldn't get support from the dominant group. And that's what's been going on. And now there's a communications blackout. The RSF is the worst party. They've been massacring whole villages. Well, it makes sense then that the Wagner group would support them. All right, well, let's take a little look, because we haven't really looked into this conflict since the very first day of its development. Pink right here is controlled by Sudanese armed forces. Green is controlled by the RSF, Rapid Support Forces. They had 2 armies. Not smart. Yellow controlled by Sudan People's Liberation Movement. Are they good? Maybe. And then dark red controlled by the Sudan Liberation Movement / Army. I love a country that has multiple competing armies. Where was the port of entry they negotiated? Sudan's Red Sea coast hosts up to 300 people. Moreau Gold. I don't know where it is exactly. So the guess then, or you know, the assumption then is that Russia is very interested in using Sudan as a base of operations for the Wagner Group for resource extraction, and one of the main ways they want to do that is by having a port over here on the Red Sea coast, right? So presumably, that's the Wagner Group's intention. However, it seems as though that entire area and everything around it is controlled by the Sudanese army, which they're fighting against. So the Wagner Group is fighting along with this green side, allegedly. I mean, they deny it, but it's pretty obviously happening. What's happening with Sudan and South Sudan? Don't worry about it. It's complicated. That's a different thing, okay? Don't worry about it. It's probably related to the yellow right down here, but don't worry about it. They've stolen children from local villages to work the mines, by the way. That's cool. Survivors say the notorious Wagner Group has started kidnapping children as young as 11. Some witnesses say the kids are being put to work in gold and diamond mines. Is this in Sudan or just like broadly their regional interest? Yeah, this is the Central African Republic, where they're doing a lot of resource extraction. Of course, Sudan shares a border with the Central African Republic, so being able to control this strip of land right here would give them like easier port access. And coincidentally, this dark green line right here seems to extend from their shared border with the Central African Republic all the way out in the direction of the Red Sea port that Russia wants to control. I doubt the Wagner Group can directly control the movements of the RSF, but, you know, that certainly does seem convenient for them. It just seems extra evil to use children to work the mines. It's the Wagner Group. A war between the SAF under Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and the paramilitary RSF under Hemedti, rival factions of the military government of Sudan, began fighting on April 15, 2023 during Ramadan. Fighting has been concentrated around the capital city of Khartoum and the Darfur region. At least 13 to 15,000 people have been killed and 33,000 others have been injured. 5.8 million were internally displaced as of the end of last year, and more than 1.5 million others had fled the country as refugees. And many civilians in Darfur have been reported dead as part of the 2023 Masalit massacres, committed by the RSF, the group the Wagner Group is working with. Oh boy, I remember Darfur. Yep, that's come up in the history books before. The RSF was doing the genocide in Darfur, if I recall correctly. Was it the same group? An estimated 200,000 people were killed between 2003 and 2005. And it was done by... the Janjaweed or the RSF. The RSF is just a rebrand. What a silly name. Succeeded by the Rapid Support Forces. So yeah, it was this military, and in de jure, legally, they split into the Sudanese armed forces, but de facto, in practice, they became the Rapid Support Forces, the other military of Sudan. Cool. In a weird twist, Iran and Ukraine are both supporting the SAF while Russia is supporting the RSF. Wonder why Iran is. Ah, this article is entitled, Why Iran is Sending Drones to the Sudanese Armed Forces. Frustratingly, it is accompanied with no text or video. Keep reading, register to read 3 free articles. Fuck off. The war began with attacks by the RSF on the government sites as airstrikes, artillery, and gunfire were reported across Sudan. Okay, so I guess we're unambiguously in favor of the Sudanese armed forces here. Over the next few months, a stalemate eventuated, during which the two sides were then joined by rebel groups which had previously fought against Sudan's government. By mid-November, the Minawi and Mustafa Tambur factions of the Sudanese Liberation Movement had officially joined the war in support of the SAF. Okay, so I guess the yellow and dark red areas are aligned with the light red areas. Oh, I didn't realize we were on mobile Wikipedia. Fuck off. There we go. Well, people linked me the articles. They're probably on their phones. In contrast, the Tamazuj movement joined forces with the RSF, while the Abdelaziz al-Hilo faction of the Sudan People's Liberation Movement North attacked SAF positions in the South Country. Man, things sure are wacky over there. Starting in October, momentum began to swing towards the RSF once more as the paramilitary defeated army forces in Darfur, made gains in the Khartoum state. So at the moment, the RSF was winning, the bad guys? And that's all just South Sudan. Yeah, I gotta say, I really respect what Ukraine is doing right now, because I genuinely think that, like, off the books, paramilitary groups should be sent into Africa just on, like, kill squads for Wagner Group dudes. They're so fucking evil. They're literally just a group of heavily armed, like, Rhodesia fucking-esque white supremacist, death squad murderer mercenaries. They're literally all the fucking they're the fucking Disco Elysium guys. They're insane, you know? They're a death squad. They're just death squads. And yeah, Ukraine is apparently sending special forces there to go kill them. And hey, support. Do they wear short shorts as well? Unfortunately, I don't think they do. Pretty fucking grim, though. They killed more than that, searching for genitals. Good lord. What a big lad. The de facto leader of the Sudanese government. And he's got the fucking size to back it up. What's the most recent development? The SAF collapse in Darfur. The RSF crosses the Nile. This is very specific. I hope the current media blackout doesn't, like, I don't know, foretell some really awful shit. Is Sudan a theater in the Ukraine war? No. Russia has broader extractive efforts operating in Africa. The opposition to Wagner Group activities in Africa is a matter of broad concern. It's not just like a front in the Ukraine war. I wonder how many special forces guys they have in here from Ukraine. They've been there for decades, right? Yes. The RSF have also been seen with Chinese-made manpads. In fairness, it's not difficult to get your hands on Chinese military equipment. I mean, you could get that from all sorts of places. I just wonder what can be done. From Alibaba, yeah. Unlike Ukraine, I don't think Sudan will get much Western aid. Yeah, I don't think we should give it to them either. Without more knowledge on how all this is panning out, I don't really know what the right option here would be. It's not like we're going to do anything anyway. We'd have to be smarter about it. I'm not really sure. The only thing that we could really do to help would basically be, parking the carrier group that we have in the Red Sea right here, and then firing a bunch of strikes. It would have to be done with planes, not with missiles at that distance, and killing a bunch of RSF guys. But we're not going to do that. And even then, it would probably be bad. It would probably lead to, like, bad outcomes. I don't think you want boots on the ground doing, like, counterinsurgency shit in fucking Sudan. We'll have to cover that tomorrow, Frost Throne. All right, you know, I started stream pretty tired, but I feel pretty good right now. Maybe it's because I'm looking forward to this bit. All right, people. It's from this point forward, I am going to be talking about buying a suit because a childhood friend of mine, is having a wedding, and I want to look good for the wedding. I also don't have much time, so I need to get equipped. If you care about anything other than that, leave immediately. Goodbye. Farewell. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow, but goodbye. Get on out of here, you goof. Okay? I'll not tolerate any complaining about fashion in chat, because that is obviously what we were talking about right now. Just a moment. This isn't a segment. I'm not doing this for, like, anyone's attention. If everyone leaves because it's boring, that's fine. I know some people will have me. Okay, here we go. I was looking for a good picture with, like, a range of options. Okay. So I want... No, it's too low res. Hold on one second. Why am I having trouble finding the thing that I'm looking for? Okay, you know what? I'm going to go with this. This is from when Barack Obama was president, if you can imagine a period of time that far back. I wanted an example of what a specific kind of suit looks like. Let me see if I can find another example just so I can supplement. Okay, so I don't actually own any suits right now that fit me. I have a couple of sports jackets, but I don't have any suits. I could wear a suit or a sports jacket to this function, but if I'm going to wear, like, after all the nonsense that I've spent money on, if I'm going to wear a suit to a wedding, I'm going to look good. This is necessary. You know, I'm not going to compromise on that. So I had to think, you know, how do I want to get a suit? Now, the problem is that most suits that are made these days are made with the cut of a business suit. And I'll show you what I mean, okay? So here's Obama. Probably heard of the guy before. Right? Now, I'm very tempted to do like a big ramble, but I'll just say this, okay? Suits like this are very clearly business suits, right? Like, you're looking at this and you can tell based on the way it's cut, based on the material, this guy as well, right here, they're business suits. Most suits these days look like business suits. I hate them for a couple of reasons. Obama is a relatively good dresser, so he's one of the better examples here. But you can see an example of the tendencies that I don't like here in this guy. He's wearing a sports jacket over chinos. These are chinos. There we go. See? Now, there are a couple of bad trends that I see in suits generally that are present here. One of them being that the jacket is too short. I think, and I think that you'll agree if you take a look at plenty of examples lined up next to each other, that suits tend to look best if they cover the butt. Obama's does here. See the length of his jacket? It's nice, it's long, it's a little bit longer than you would get on a conventional jacket. I think that in the case of this one right here, on the right side, don't you feel, as I do, that the jacket just comes a little bit too short? I know he's pulling it up here, but I think that it comes across a bit like undersized. It's meant to be this big, heavy, shaped fabric. That's the whole point of a suit. It has this like outward shape to it that defines the sort of the curve of the breast. And if you go too light on the material or too skimpy or too skinny, you kind of lose that. Obama's suit is good. It's not great. I think this suit is okay. You know, the main issue with them, I think, is that they're just not, there's no pop. There's no pop at all. Here are some other examples of what I mean. The material here is typically worsted wool. It has that like shiny look to it. Now, you'll notice that in all of these, the jackets are relatively short. There's not much texture. There's a bit of a light shine to it. This is consistent in business suits across the board. Even in Obama's tan suit, which does look good, there are some, I guess, construction issues. But some of the good things, notice how long the jacket is. That looks pretty good, I'd say. The length of the jacket, I think, contributes to a kind of like weight and presence and silhouette that a lot of people complimented with. They're not mad at him for wearing something that doesn't look like a fully business suit. I'm amazed this caused a controversy. The reason it caused a controversy, apart from racism, is the fact that it's not a business suit. It doesn't look like a business suit. There's too much texture. The color is too light. It, you know, people accused it of being unprofessional, but of course they only did that because they were racist, right? The problem is that I'm not wearing any of that shit. okay? I want a nice, proper, fashion-first suit. Now, if you're willing to get into like the weeds, there are a bunch of different materials that you can make suits out of. There are two companies in particular that I'm using here as an example. One of them is The Anthology, and the other one is Todd Snyder. You might have heard of either, or both. Just a moment. John Wick? No, not John Wick. John Snyder. Don't worry about any of the prices that you're looking at when we scroll through this, okay? They're not for you to worry about. There we go. Now, immediately, let me just minimize myself because we're looking at photos here. You can immediately tell the difference in terms of the suit's construction and material. This is brushed cotton. It has a nice texture to it. These pants are mid to high-waisted, which I think well complements the length of the jacket. Here, you can see it being used as a sports jacket here as well. Can you see up close the way the material hangs and the texture of the material? There's also a lot of nice detailing that can only be done by hand, like this little lining done around the lapel buttonhole. You understand what I'm talking about, don't you? Can you see how, looking at this suit, it doesn't look like a regular business suit? Looking at this, it's very obvious that this person has a mind on fashion. If you saw a person dressed like this, you would not think, oh, it's just like another business guy, you know, walking around. There's something, you know, significant to it, right? Here's that same suit, but in gray, same brushed cotton. See that material? Look at that. Now, I think this is beautiful, personally. I quite like it. The brushed cotton gives it a nice look in the summer or winter months. I don't know about that brown shirt. Focus! We're talking about suits. It is very light canvassing, yeah. I'm mostly just talking about the difference in the cut of the suit. Let me give an example with perhaps my favorite photo on this entire site. Shirts. My beloved raw red chambray shirt. Here we go. Now that's an example of a suit that nobody would mistake for a business suit. See? Look at that. I think that it is just beautiful. 200 for... Stop. Focus. We're not talking about price. That's my problem, not yours. We're talking about the suits. Anyway, this is a photo advertising the shirt. But as you can see from the cut of the suit, you understand what I'm getting at here, don't you? The Anthology has a tendency towards textured materials, really wide lapels, lighter canvassing, and high-waisted pants. Pretty nice, huh? Chat's having a difficult time focusing, but that's okay. The people who aren't serious about this subject will fade away with time. I'll make sure of it. There are also plenty of nice sports jackets options, or sports jackets options, yeah. Here's a heavier wool material. This comes across a little bit too informal for me for a wedding. This is not cocktail attire, you know? I would rather pair this with jeans than I would trousers. But it's too casual for a wedding. I am quite a fan of this oatmeal sports jacket. I'm a huge fan of it. It's wool, and it's herringbone. You have that nice chevron pattern that we'll take a look at more closely soon. I like how heavy it is. I like the way the sleeves attach with that little lip at the edge. It works well as a sports jacket, I feel. Yeah, there we go. See? Look at that texture right there. I think this one is quite pretty, and I feel like I could wear it with a lot of stuff. It's the wedding is in California in March, which means that we're looking towards spring texture. sorry, spring attire, spring materials. This is wool, so it'll work fine in winter, but I think this would work fine given the climate. You can't wear light colors, you might outshine the bride. I think I'll be fine in this. Too hot for spring now? No, it'll be fine. A good suit jacket isn't super warm unless you want it to be. Wouldn't you want to wear a matching suit for a wedding rather than an odd jacket? I don't think it necessarily looks bad or incongruous. For example, look at this image right here. In this one, he's wearing the oatmeal jacket. He's wearing a brown polo shirt. I wouldn't wear a polo. I would wear a shirt. And he's wearing gray trousers. I think that wearing this to a wedding, if you can imagine a button-up shirt rather than a polo, would look pretty great. I don't think it would be too informal. It's cocktail attire, which means that sports jackets are fine, given the right colors and textures and what have you. What color shirt would you wear? I think a deep red would look good, personally, but there are lots of options that are available. I'm not looking at any links from chat. Anyway, this is an option that I like quite a lot. They have it in gray, but unfortunately they're out of stock in my size. Look at that beautiful, beautiful herringbone. Look at that pattern. This one comes across a lot more formal because it's gray rather than oatmeal. Unfortunately, it's just not in my size. I do love this, though. They have some nice double-breasted options, but I'm not interested in getting a double-breasted suit. I think that double-breasted suits are beautiful, but I don't know if they really complement my aesthetic, if that makes sense. Double-breasted suits are heavier, and they have more material in the front, of course, because they cross over when you button them. I think they look quite nice. Double-breasted suits are also more formal. But I don't know if I want to go for this look. I would also agree it's a bit heavy for spring. This is wool and silk. I like this one a lot. Unfortunately, they're out of it in my size. Looks quite nice. A little darker than the oatmeal, has a nice texture. I think that it works well in a variety of settings. I do like tweed. This comes across to me as a fashion-first suit. Like, wearing this, I feel like I would be attracting too much attention at a wedding. See? That pattern is gorgeous. And look, with the gray trousers, this looks really nice. But showing up at a wedding, I feel like I would look like I'm showing up for a fashion, a fashion shoot. Yeah, I would wear this to like a nice bar or to a fun event. It looks very cunty. But it's so bold of a pattern, I would feel uncomfortable wearing it to a wedding. This is lamb's wool. Look at this material, by the way. Imagine having a lamb's wool suit. Look at that. Do you see how thick it is? Remarkable. It is beautiful. Not appropriate for this venue, but beautiful. Very, very nice. I tend to wear stuff that's in the yellow, brown, red, or gray range. I don't like green or blue. This looks quite nice. It's too formal, though. This double-breasted suit, as you can see, like this almost leans towards evening attire in terms of formality, I feel. It's linen, but still. Do you wear burgundy? That is my favorite color. Oh, and this is like a tragedy for me. This is the most beautiful coat I have ever seen in my life. It is resplendent. It's without flaw. Look at the heavy weight. Look at the herringbone pattern. It's actually insane. It's also $2,000, and it's rarely cold enough to warrant wearing a coat in Seattle. But it is so good. It is a beautiful, beautiful coat. And if treated well, I could, wear it my entire life. Good Lord, look at that. With the collar popped. Holy shit. I worry that if I don't get this, I might never see a coat I like this much. I know that sounds silly, but like Christ, you know? What material? It's wool. Good lord, this guy owns a katana. I disagree with the insinuation. I think that this is a remarkably stylish coat. The thing that I like most about this coat is that, as demonstrated by this image, it actually looks pretty good just when paired with a sweater. Or with a t-shirt. Are you guys ready to see something that I only recently discovered? This place sells t-shirts. But, oh, wait, sorry, I clicked shirt, not t-shirt. But not the kind of t-shirt you guys are familiar with. Knitted t-shirts. Something that would look good with a sports jacket or a coat. Observe. Look at that. By having ribbed knitting at the neck and at the waist, you have this, you have the texture. Look at, see, this looks perfect with this sports jacket. And it's just a shirt. It's being worn with a suit over here on the left side, not even a sports jacket. And it works perfectly because it has the same texture as a sweater, but it's just the one item. I've already ordered one in my size. If I like it, then I'll order more. This is an incredible item. I've never seen anything like this before. Maybe I'm just underexposed. And look, it doesn't look bad. Just with, look at this. It's a t-shirt, you tuck it in. It looks fantastic. It's just the material and the fit. It just looks like a shirt. There are subtle differences that allow it to work well. It's very easy to wear a t-shirt and tuck it in and have it look like shit underneath a sports jacket because the material and the fit and the drape. The drape is the main thing. The weight of the material is what sells it. Look at some other examples. They have different modeling photos for each of the colors. Here we have the gayest man in existence. Look at it. It's untucked, being worn with a corduroy suit. It's beautiful. Look at that. Oh my God. Look at the pinstripe. They even have it with some stripes, which is very funny, like for the vibe, you know? I really like it with these high-waisted drawstring trousers. See? They don't, not even a belt, just a drawstring. Look at that. I think that's quite good looking. Though this is more like fashion first stuff. It's a lot louder, obviously. You understand what I'm getting at here, right? Look at this. These shirts are so nice. I mean, look, this is a sports jacket, jeans, and a shirt. Oh, it's just remarkable, really. So this was my recent discovery. I'm quite happy. The other interesting item that this place is apparently famous for is they have something specific to them called lazy man jackets, which are unstructured suit jackets. They're very expensive, but they're made out of a high-quality material, and they have the fold and fit of a conventional jacket while having the shape and structure of a suit jacket, meaning that they're much more casual and can be worn with a larger variety of clothing. I think some of these look pretty spectacular. I don't care for this. I don't like its pairing with a tie. I remember seeing some photos, though. Midnight brown cashmere. Too dark to really show off. Let me see if I can... Yeah, you can see the vibe, can't you? Look at that. Beautiful, huh? No one in chat can afford this nonsense. If you want to complain about it, you can leave. Like, seriously, we're building up to big decisions here, okay? If this was a small amount of money to me, then I wouldn't be running it by everyone in my life, including my fucking anonymous chat first, okay? If I could frivolously make purchases like this, then I just would. I'm deferring to the opinion of the masses, or at least the advice of the masses, because I recognize that it's a lot of money. Do you think I'm that detached from the times when I was a poor college student? I'm aware. Would you do a mock turtleneck? I tend not to like turtlenecks personally, though I do quite like those knitted shirts. Yeah, it has the feel of a chore coat, but not quite. You know, it's more of a roll to the lapel. Oh, I like these a lot. Look at that. Isn't that so cute? You could wear this with so many things. This, to me, feels like the good version of business casual. I don't like business casual because it's a way for, like, venture capitalists and Silicon Valley investors to feel like they're not one of those stuffy Wall Street businessmen when all they know how to do is, like, not wear socks with their loafers and not put a jacket on, you know? Business casual looks like shit. But this is the good version of that trend. Or like wearing dress sneakers with a suit, which looks like fucking hideous, you know? Enlightened casual. Kind of reminds me of Daniel Craig's character from Knives Out. You're not wrong. Hold on. That is how he tended to dress. First of all, he wore high-waisted pants in all of these in both of the movies, which I think look fantastic, just straightforwardly. But if you take a look at the types of outfits that he wears, there's a lean towards a kind of like... So, here, I can identify it now, visually. I'm pretty sure this shirt is seersucker. I could be wrong, and I'm pretty sure those pants are linen. There's like a very pastel, beachy, I do declare vibe to the way that he dresses, and it looks good. The material of the shirt he's wearing, that might be lamb's wool. I'm not sure. That looks very thick. It could be a number of things. Moleskin, maybe? But it looks like it's folding more easily than moleskin. And right here, notice how, in spite of the fact that he is wearing a full suit, this does not look especially formal. Like, looking at him right here, does this look like a businessman? No, of course it doesn't. The reason for that is A, this is probably linen. B, it's a looser material. C, the color choices. And D, the fit. The fact that it's higher waisted indicates that it's most certainly like a fashion first attitude towards clothing choices. You understand what I'm getting at here, right? Like, people have complimented how he looks here, and I think that's because he doesn't just do the businessman suit thing. Now, compare that to how Daniel Craig looks. Daniel Craig, where Bond is like a you know, a sponsored brand deal for clothing companies, right? In comparison, Daniel Craig looks like shit. The suit is too tight. It's not because he's muscular, it's because he's wearing a suit that's too tight. But they want to show off his muscles, so he wears a short little jacket, you know. I think this is brushed cotton, I could be wrong. Ugh. Can't you see, just looking at this, how much worse this is? I'm not even talking about fit. The vibes are off. Compared to this, right? It's not just a matter of cut and stiffness and the fact that it's too small for him. It's a matter of, like, this just looks like somebody's trying to do, like, a, you know, modern man, sleek business aesthetic. And it just doesn't, it doesn't sell to me because... I don't know. That's just what I'm trying to avoid looking like, personally. That's a Tom Ford suit, if you want to dunk on them. I don't have much to say positive about what I've seen of Tom Ford suits. It's just, you're essentially just paying more for a standard cut. This is from a runway show on Todd Ford suits. Like, really? Is this special? Is this worth showing off? You could get something that looks like this from fucking Nordstrom or Macy's or Suit Supply or fucking any other place. Maybe Tempest. Do you vibe with vests and waistcoats? No, definitely not. Anyway, what was I getting at? Okay. If I was to get a suit from here, I would probably pair this oatmeal jacket with these dark gray trousers and see if I can't have like a brown or a dark red blend the contrast gap. I think that would be the direction that I would want to take. That's my personal opinion. Do you have nice leather shoes? I have nice leather shoes, yes. Aren't you supposed to avoid white adjacent colors? I think that oatmeal is just fine. Also, I've already browsed the information on the wedding, and there's no restriction against wearing it. In fact, the restricted colors are dusty blue, so I have a feeling that the groom and bride will be going with non-traditional colors that I will not be overlapping with here. Another thing that I really like about this jacket is that because of its texture, as you can see, it works really well when paired with chinos or even just a t-shirt here, right? Like, I don't know. It's just a very versatile jacket. Makes me think I'll get more use out of it than just going to one wedding. That's what I'm trying to avoid as well. I don't want to get an outfit that's so like, you know, locked in itself that it can only work as a suit on its own, and then I can only wear it to the one event a year, if that I can wear it to. Now, this is the Anthology, a Hong Kong and I think London-based, you know, men's formal wear place that I'm in love with. Deeply, deeply in love with. As you can tell, there's another place that makes good suits that I like, though I know less about them, called Todd Snyder. And we're going to look at some stuff they have. I don't have as strong of opinions on the options they have at Todd Snyder, so I'll need to sort of work it out through as we look at it together. The main thing that I know about Todd Snyder is that results from them show up anytime you Google anything suit related, so they must be highly regarded, at least in the search engine optimization. Here we go, a light brown suit. Oh, that looks quite good, I'd say. Keep in mind, though, no matter what, I'm not wearing a tie. I'll wear a dress shirt, but I'm not wearing a tie. I don't wear ties. I think that looks quite nice. I would probably pair this suit, if I were to wear it as a suit, with a dark red shirt. I think that would look really good, personally. If you're interested in knowing what you can get from a suit vendor, the main thing that you want to look at is the way the material is cut. Because different suit makers will have different signature styles, right? So the things that I'm noticing here, I'm noticing a soft and rounded shoulder, but with padding. So a very smooth line from the shoulder to the sleeve, but it looks padded, or at the very least, like the material extends out a little bit. I like that. I think that looks good, personally. Dark red as in wine, like a burgundy color? Yes, that is what I was thinking of. We have some images of the trousers here. Another thing that I have to consider is, will the trousers look good on me? I have wide hips. My legs are pretty big too. I'm just generally a bottom-heavy person. So will the trousers continue to look good even if I am large enough that it disrupts the flow from the waist downward? You know, I actually did recently, you'll have to indulge me for a moment, I did recently buy a well-fitted pair of trousers, heavy wool trousers that are wide-waisted. One second. These are very heavy. I wouldn't wear them to anything that wasn't in wintertime, but we can use this as an example. Of a good fit. Now, of course, this shirt doesn't go with them at all, but you're going to have to imagine wearing an accompanying... There we go. I got these on a lark, but as you can see, they fit more or less perfectly. I thought you don't like belt loops. I mean, they are what they are. The shirt is throwing me off a little, but I can see it going. Yeah, this shirt doesn't go with that, so it's not, yeah, of course. But we're looking at the pants. Where is it from? Banana Republic. Saw it on the shelf. Fit really well. I didn't have a pair of heavy wool trousers. These also have a chevron pattern, like herringbone. Belt or suspenders? I don't like suspenders. You've lost so much weight over the years, damn. Thank you. Here. See? Notice how high-waisted pants make your ass look pretty good, too. Both are fine, Kahuna. These are very comfy. Are these the pants? No, these are not the pants. But I do like them. No, I don't like suspenders. Don't worry, Logical Pretzels. They fit me perfectly. There's no stress being placed in the pants by sitting down. Anyway, I wanted to look at some signature Todd Snyder suits. We can take a look at what they value. Now, this is a suit that I've had my eye on for a long time. The Donegal Madison suit in brown. Look at that. Now this to me, this is a beautiful suit. It's inexpensive too, by the standards that we're looking at. The color would work wonderfully on me. I like brown tones. That would be perfectly fine. It seems to have slightly padded shoulders, which I like because I like the masculine sort of taper. I can't really think of a thing about this that I don't care for, to be honest. Again, I would pair this with red. I really like burgundy. It's my favorite color. So having this paired with a deep red shirt, or even a light red, actually, perhaps not a light red. There are a few things that I could think of that would work better here. It's a decent jacket, but I don't know about the spring. It is a heavy wool suit. Now, admittedly, that's not like a perfect spring suit, but it is an indoor wedding. I'm not going to be sitting out there in like the sweltering heat, Would you still go for the pocket square? I will always go for the pocket square. Okay, seriously, do people wear stuff like this on a daily basis? No, because this is a fashion-first suit. This isn't a business suit. It's a suit that you wear to look cunty. However, there are plenty of examples on the Anthology website of outfits that you would wear day to day. This right here, I don't think you would look bad going out like this. As a matter of fact, I think you would look really fucking good going out like this. I think for most people, if they walked out looking like this, they would be like noticeably nice looking, Like people would turn to look at them and go, that guy looks pretty damn good. And I think that's nice, personally. So I do like this Donegal Madison suit quite a lot. I don't know if they have it in my size. Let me check really quick. It seems they do, so that's good to know. I agree. I would do a different shirt, LWD 24 era. I really like the tan suit for you. I agree. I think the tan suit for me is a good pick. The Anthology is also a more exclusive and expensive brand. So if I buy from here, it will cost more. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. These are pieces that are supposed to work for the rest of your life, you know? That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to teach myself about. For most of my life, I thought of clothing as an inconvenient social necessity that I had to just run through because I just want to go out and do stuff. Recently, I've cared more about how I look. I've lost a lot of weight. I've treated myself a bit better in that respect. But more recently, now that I have, thank you guys, the money to explore a wide range of fashion options, I only want to wear and buy things that make me excited, you know? I want to see, when I buy an item of clothing, I don't want it to just like, oh, that looks nice. Like, I want it to be something that I will enthusiastically think about when I see it. That's what I think of now. And I feel that way about a lot of these options, you know? And for that, I am willing to spend a lot of money. If it brings joy, yeah. That's how I feel about that $2,000 coat as well. Like, is a $2,000 coat $2,000? Yes, that is the amount of money that it is. But if I wore it my entire life, something that beautiful, God, it's beautiful. Sorry. Anyway, I wanted to look at some more suit options. I'm also going to change back into the shorts that I was wearing because it's not cold enough for me to be wearing trousers. Really, though, that's the reason I got these, because of the fit. I'm glad that they fit perfectly. And putting the shorts back on. Okay. Yes, I agree, Killjoy 40K. It's extremely important to not just buy a suit that looks good. We want to buy a piece that I can ideally incorporate into other outfits in the future. Now, anyway, let's continue looking. This suit right here is lovely. I like how it looks, but I don't think it's me. It comes across a little bit too businessman. It's too sane and sensible of a fit, if that makes sense. Not just the color, it's the fit. Soft, rounded shoulders. This is Italian cashmere. I have to say, I don't care for the texture, just looking at it. It looks really good, don't get me wrong, but it looks a little bit too serious for my taste. Here we go. Knit herringbone double-breasted Sutton suit in ash. Beautiful, just right off the bat. Obviously beautiful. Look at that. However, again, double-breasted suits. That does look really nice, though. I like the fit on this. See the padding on the shoulder? That looks quite good. I don't know how this would work with a shirt, though. Like, he's wearing a turtleneck here. Such wide collars. Double-breasted is less versatile. That's another thing that we have to keep in mind, you know? We're looking at suits with Todd Snyder right now, but this is a sports jacket. This I can wear in a bunch of different environments. Whereas for a suit, how many outfits can I wear a double-breasted jacket on its own, right? This is pretty much a piece I can only wear with these trousers, and then I'm just walking around in a suit, which I'm not going to do very often. Yeah, it depends on the material, but I agree, Logical Pretzels. At the very least, it's less likely to. Italian wool Sutton suit. I think I like these Sutton suits. Is that how it's pronounced? Sutton? I like the texture on this. That looks quite good. Might be a bit loud for a wedding though. And again, we're running into the issue with versatility. Sutton? Maybe it would be better. Maybe I have a feeling that I am increasingly leaning into the idea of getting a sports jacket rather than a suit. I'm just not going to wear a suit that many times. Like, these are gorgeous, don't get me wrong. I love looking at them, but I have to think of something that I'm going to like have as an outfit sitting in my closet, you know? Yeah, Heliologian. I don't want to buy an expensive suit to wear just once. I don't do formal stuff that often. Even with sort of amusingly informal outfits like this, you know, this is double-breasted. I think I should be looking at sports jackets. Oh, they're almost out of this, I see. Makes sense. I don't remember my suit size, I'll have to check. Let's take a look at sports jackets then. Here we go. Suit shop, sports coats. Okay. Sports jackets are often more expensive than just the jacket of a suit component because sports jackets are often a little bit more substantial to accommodate the weight of them being worn with other items. That can vary, though. I've just noticed they tend to be more pricey. Maybe because it's like a bargain, like a double deal? I don't know. Huh. A lot of their sports coat section is just the jackets of suits. But I'm having trouble imagining how this would look without its accompanying trousers. What about the sports jacket you wore to DC? It's a nice sports jacket, don't get me wrong, but it's nothing compared to the quality of what we're looking at here. I want to get something real. Also, the sports jacket that I wore to DC doesn't really have the fit that allows it to work well with other outfits, in my opinion. It's complicated. I also don't know that much, you know? I've gotten to learn quite a bit of stuff about fashion, but there's always more to learn, you know? Are these supposed to last a lifetime? Yeah, if you treat them well, right? I mean, any item of clothing can last a lifetime theoretically, right? It's a matter of like, if you wear it consistently, how well does it hold up? And ideally, these should. I have to say, guys, the more time I spend looking at this, the more my mind gravitates back to this beautiful thing. I think I like it too much. I don't think I can draw my mind from it. I think this is the one. Now, I need to pair it with pants. Bit slim though. It's substantially built, you know. You can see like here it is on like a larger person. This guy, this model is very small. But this person looks a bit more substantial across the shoulders. And as you can see, I think it fits quite well. So the real question then is what pants to pair it with. Because the Anthology is a nice website, it gives you direct recommendations. Pair this with all denim, chambray, OCBD shirts, and more. Long sleeve polos are also highly recommended when dressing casually. We highly recommend civil man trousers in vanilla and dress trousers in charcoal or brown. So on the website right now, they have charcoal trousers. Let's take a look. They're very dark. They're wool, so they match the material. They're so dark it's difficult to even see. I think that the contrast between this and that oatmeal jacket would look great if it was bridged with a dark shirt, you know? Something wine-colored, like a burgundy, or even a really deep yellow. I think that the contrast bridge, can you imagine it? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? That's what he's wearing here. He's wearing the dark charcoal trousers with a dark brown polo shirt, see? But something like that, something that bridges it. I think it looks quite nice. Men's clothing is so boring. These are high-end outfit, whatever. On the other hand, now the next option is more casual, but I'm interested in hearing your guys' opinions on it, okay? The other thing that they recommend are these. This is brushed cotton. We don't want that. The material is not right. But they have these civil man trousers, okay? All the way down here. And what these are, and I think these are quite interesting, we'll take a look at a couple of different colors so you can get a feel for the material. There we go. What these are like chinos, kind of. They're not proper trousers. See here, he's wearing this with a oatmeal-colored jacket as a sports coat. See this? Do you see how the material is different? Look at that. There's a contrast in the texture here. It has a little bit more of a khaki vibe to it. There's still... Here, this is a good example right here. They're not heavy wool trousers. They don't drape downwards. There's a textural contrast with a wool jacket that that hangs heavily, and this, which is like lighter, you know? I think they have an example of this even in this set of images right here. Think of it like this. How do you feel about this textural contrast, guys? Not the color, just the textural contrast between these trousers and this jacket. Notice how this jacket is wool. It's heavy. It drapes downward, but this is a lot lighter. It crinkles and folds horizontally. I think it works because of the oatmeal color, which designates a more informal thing. You know what I mean? So if this is the case, if we go for the textural contrast, we have more options in colors. We have this, which is moleskin and a dark brown. We have this, which is whatever color lovat is. You know, I'm not an expert. We have this, which is like a tan. I wouldn't go for tan. That's too close to the oatmeal. We have this deep olive. I don't normally like olive colors, but holy God, look at that. Imagine this. Imagine these trousers with the oatmeal jacket, which is similar to this one. This is different. This is a tan double-breasted jacket. But imagine these oatmeal trousers with the jacket we've been looking at. That looks pretty good, huh? What shirt bridge, then? I think I could do a number of effective shirt bridges. A sports jacket is just a jacket that's cut from a different material than the pants you're wearing, psychology student. So a suit jacket is part of a suit, which has accompanying pants that are made from the same material. I'm getting from chat mostly positive attitudes towards the textural contrast. So you guys like this, when I'm circling with my mouse right here. You like this? You like the idea, not necessarily the color, but the idea of there being a bit more draped to the jacket than the pants. Okay. Something like that. I came from YouTube to agree. Gotcha. So I'm not doing a poll. I'm just asking. If you had to choose between material that looks like this, but in a variety of warmer colors, or the dark gray trousers that I showed earlier, these ones, the ones he's wearing in this picture, assuming that I choose a different shirt to pair them and bridge the color properly, do you think the trouser in dark gray or the workman's trousers? Just say trouser or workman, okay? Trouser or workman. Just let that be your choice, okay? Workman could be any of those colors that we looked at. Wow, that's actually really close. Huh. No, it's okay. The fact that it's close... No. This is what I wanted. The fact that it's close means it's a legitimate choice. It means that there's not an obvious bias one way or another. Ultimately, of course, it is up to me. That was a very quick poll. My goodness. Okay. So considering the fact... Of course, Thana. Considering the fact that... One of our considerations is how often can I wear it with other outfits? And I could wear these civil man trousers with more outfits than I could wear the wool trousers. Does that make sense? These could be worn with more stuff. I'm afraid I don't know anything about women's fashion, Doodlemander. I don't know. I think I might go for the workman trousers. The olive ones do look incredibly good. Are we in agreement on that? That these olive workman trousers with the oatmeal jacket and any number of shirts to bridge would look excellent. I do like that. The olive workman trousers with an orange or rust brown shirt would work well. Yeah, they do have some good options to that effect. Do you want to see some of the interesting shirts they have? One of them that I quite like and have shown on stream multiple times before is their red raw chambray shirt. It's beautiful. And I think it would work quite well as a bridge between the oatmeal jacket and olive pants. Yes, Spacebox Man. I think that would look quite good, and it's a very nice shirt. They also have these very interesting... These are part of their workman line. Look, corduroy shirts. Now, this one isn't the right color for pairing with the olive pants that we were looking at. But look at that material, that soft sheen. It looks very 1970s. Not to a wedding IMO. I agree that this shirt would probably be a little too informal for a wedding. A little thick for a shirt, no? Oh, well, sure, but, you know. Are there rules for what colors go with what or something? Well, there are guidelines, you know. It's like language. You can play games, but you don't want to be incoherent. I do have very autumnal fashion tastes, for sure. Gotcha, Thana. Interesting. Maybe one day I'll actually learn how to do a poll. I do like this one, though. How about this? Going lighter with the shirt. If I had a lighter colored pair of pants, and I had this like heavily textured corduroy shirt underneath the oatmeal jacket, maybe this would be too close to the oatmeal color. Maybe I would need a pure white shirt. With that in mind, take a look at this undyed raw chambray shirt. Ooh. Look at that, huh? A white shirt, but it doesn't look like those stupid sheen Oxford shirts. You just have this subtle texturing right there. The breast pocket spoils it, though. Well, it's chambray. It's meant to be a little bit more worky. But I agree, it probably wouldn't do to wear this underneath the jacket. Well, then again, this has a pocket, and it gets worn underneath the jacket just fine. I think it's okay. How about a patterned shirt underneath? No, there's enough pattern on the jacket. It has a herringbone pattern. I wish they had a dark, like, wine-colored shirt. I also really like this deep blue. I imagine this as a bridge between the oatmeal jacket and darker workman trousers. The blue is so deep that it almost matches with the warmer tones. You know, it's like darker than navy blue. I don't normally like wearing blue, but I think that's quite nice. You can see how it pairs with a lighter brown right here. Unfortunately, they don't have a deep red. They have saffron yellow, which I think would look good. Look, it'd basically be like this outfit right here, except with an autumn rather than a tan jacket. Maybe too loud for a wedding, though. Rust brown would look quite good. Yeah, basically this outfit, see? It would basically be this outfit, actually. That looks quite nice. I don't want to go muted color, Spacebox, man. Also, navy blue is shit. Navy blue is the worst color in the world. Unfortunately, the closest thing they have to a deep red shirt is this popover, but they're out of stock. It's close to being wine-colored. Are you wearing a tie or bow tie with it? No. I don't like ties. What about this? The dark green? Yeah, though probably not if I wore olive trousers, because that'd be too close. But I do like it. Oh, I wish they had this in deep red. Knitted polos. Oh, I thought you were going with charcoal. I mean, I still might. What matters most is that I've decided on the jacket. All right, guys. Unfortunately, I actually do have something to do right as stream ends, and the stream should have ended 8 minutes ago. I actually really do appreciate you letting me talk my thoughts out. I already did really like that oatmeal jacket, and talking about it kind of reaffirmed my my love. So I am going to go do the stuff I need to. I will read donos tomorrow, stream tomorrow in the morning, and I'll do it proper then. In the meantime, I love you all very much, and I appreciate your input and advice. Oh, by the way, now that we've spent all that time looking at all those suits, look at this image again. Right? Huh? Yeah, you see it now, don't you? All right. I'm going to send you guys over to... Oh, Knowing Better YouTube is streaming. Knowing Better. You all know Knowing Better. I'm going to send you guys over to Knowing Better. I haven't had an opportunity to host him in a while. Do I have the button for it? I do. All right, I'm going to send you off. I'll read donos tomorrow. I love you all very much. Please take care of yourselves. And yeah, I'll keep you updated on my purchases. Take care.